Chapter 656. Su-Lu was dead. The high and mighty families in the Federation, as well as the politicians who had dirty water flowing between their fingers, had had an easy year. Although the young Federation officer did not seem to be eye-catching, and he did not seem to have any power that could shake the world, the saber light on the Tiger Mountain Road, the axe marks in the Research Institute, the gunshots in the Foundation building, and the strong straight footprints and bullet holes on the beach of other manors made the big shots, who were used to setting the rules of the world with wine parties, lunches, and insider trading, discover in a cold voice that Su-Lu was a person who did not walk the normal path and had the strength to step on the path set by the world into chaos. He had an extreme view of good and evil that did not conform to the temperament of the people of this universe. He was a horrible and abominable person who should have died a long time ago but had not died. Fortunately, Su-Lu, who should have died a long time ago, finally died in the hands of the people of the Empire because of his revenge. The big shots of the Federation lamented in front of others, as sad as the death of their black-haired nephew, but when they were silent, they could not help but smile with fragrant tea in their hands, rejoicing that the stone that had been hanging above their heads all the time, waiting for them to make the slightest move, had finally disappeared. Similarly, many people missed the time when Su-Lu existed and regretted his passing, such as the Federation soldiers who fought bloody battles on the front lines, the ordinary people whose relatives and friends were innocently killed by conspiracies, the revolutionary young women in the Parliament Mountain, the unmarried mothers in the courtyard of the West Mountain, the rogue princes who quietly scattered blue light in their pockets, the officials and reporters who still had some light in their hearts, and many, many, many more. You can miss him, but this kind of miss cannot become a heavy burden that makes life heavy. The Nanxiang family, the most low-key of the 7 families, had an equally low-key and quiet manor in the middle of a blue lake deep in the mountains. This low-key was because no one knew about it deep in the mountains, but not because of the luxurious furnishings of the manor itself. Just like the madam who stood quietly by the window of the bedroom on the 2nd floor, wearing expensive clothes, but indifferently stood in front of the window and watched the smoke-like light rain in the manor. A few decades ago, Chao Jiaran, the outstanding female student from the 1st Military Academy's Command Department, had been the Southern Prime Minister's wife for many years, but she was still as indifferent as ever. She turned back to look at her tired daughter and said softly, "It's rare for you to come back from S2 for a break. You should have a good rest, but I feel that there's something I have to tell you because it's related to happiness, true happiness." The tedious work of the 4 prefectures' Reconstruction Foundation caused Nan Xiangmei's beautiful face to have a trace of inexplicable melancholy. Listening to her mother's serious words, she gently pursed her lips and slightly lowered her head to remain silent. "No matter how big the conflict between you and your family is, your mother will always stand by your side, right?" Mrs. Nan said with a smile. "I have never objected to your relationship with Lieutenant Colonel Su-Lu. I even secretly encouraged you to show more courage. He was already a colonel in the end." Nan Xiangmei raised her head and looked at her mother with a pout. It was rare for her to show a trace of naivety this year. "Well, it's Colonel Su-Lu." Mrs. Nan Xiangmei walked over and gently stroked her daughter's hair. Her smile gradually faded and she said seriously, "But now he's dead. I don't want you to be depressed for the rest of your life because of this matter." "I'm not, Mother," Nan Xiangmei seriously retorted. "No, listen to me. In a woman's life, the most important thing is peace," Mrs. Nan Xiangmei said with love and pity. "I'm not asking you to find a new love, I just want you to cheer up. Remember, really cheer up. Not like you have been doing this year, numbing yourself with overloaded work to force yourself not to think about him, but to truly have a happy and regretless life." Nan Xiangmei's long eyelashes fluttered slightly and she said softly, "Mother, what is true happiness? Grandfather let you marry father, are you really happy these years? Uncle Tian has never married in his life, have you ever regretted it?" Mrs. Nan Xiangmei quietly thought for a long time and said with a smile, "Thinking about it carefully, there's nothing to regret. Your Uncle Tian is a very good man, but he won't necessarily be a good husband or a good father." Sunset State Latitude 17th Road, Shilin, on a black street surrounded by green trees, a fleet of cars was roaring along. Occasionally, the high-speed wheels would pick up a piece of broken leaf and toss it high into the air. Then, it would be hit by the following cars and roll over again. The motorcade of 4 expensive black cars and 16 dark green bulletproof military vehicles was amazing and very rare. However, the residents of the West Woods who stood on both sides of the street didn't have the slightest shock on their faces, because they saw this scene every day and knew that the little princess of the West Woods was going to school again. With curiosity and desire to spy, the residents craned their necks to look at the center of the street, trying to see which car the little princess was in through the film glass, but it was in vain. Suddenly, someone heard an impressive angry voice of a man coming from one of the expensive black cars. "Who the hell said I can't be a good father? Give me the exercise book, I want to take a look again." Mr. Tian had become fatter than before. His angry or embarrassed eyes had become 2 slits on his chubby face. He took the electronic exercise book from the little hands and looked at it for a long time with a frown. In the end, it turned into a sigh. When I was in the first academy, I was specially allowed to not study advanced mathematics. Yanhua, don't laugh. This is a privilege that only the genius of mecha warfare can enjoy. Zhong Yanhua didn't laugh. Her clear eyes didn't curve into a cute pair of eyes. Her neatly cut short black hair swayed slightly with the movement of the car, like 2 pieces of watermelon skin. The little girl silently looked at the opposite side, silently took back the electronic exercise book, and silently turned her head to look at the scenery of the West Woods outside the window. She didn't say a word. The ancient bell was attacked, and her parents were buried in that sad and beautiful cosmic firework. Then, Su Lu took revenge on a single ship and disappeared at the other end of the universe. On the day she found out about this bad news, the little girl told Mr. Tian that from now on, she had to study hard and learn how to take care of herself. From the moment she said this, Zhong Yanhua started to live like this. She woke up on time, ate her meals, washed up, and trained according to the daily schedule recommended by life experts. She started to practice her survival skills according to the Federal Military's Special Warfare Survival Manual. She started to pick up the special knife of the Westwoods Special Warfare Brigade to learn. But until now, only 2 cockroaches had died under the little girl's knife. The little girl's temperament became a little irritable, and her neat watermelon skin-like hair was often twisted into an ugly mess by her small scissors. Besides that, she became a little quiet that didn't match her age. Like now, she often looked at the outside environment silently and didn't say a word. Fatty Tian looked at the side of the little girl's face by the window. Although he was used to her silence, he couldn't help but sigh deeply in his heart. The imposing motorcade stopped at the entrance of the school. The swift and fierce Shilin soldiers had long since taken control of all positions. Little friend Zhong Huiyan pushed open the car door and walked down, politely bowing slightly to Fatty Tian who was in the car. Fatty Tian waved his hand and said as gently as possible, "Go, study hard." He thought that as usual, he wouldn't get an answer from Zhong Yanhua, but he didn't expect that the situation was a little different today. The little girl stood by the car and was silent for a moment. The cool morning breeze blew the hair on her cheeks to below her earlobes. Then, she turned around and looked into the car and said very seriously, "Uncle Tian, being a genius doesn't mean that you don't know advanced mathematics. I think Brother Su Lu must be very good at mathematics." After hearing this, Mr. Tian was stunned for a long time and muttered a few words in a low voice. Then, he noticed a familiar black car parked on the street opposite the school gate. The black car didn't have any logo, but that was the most obvious sign. I have to admit that taking care of a child is much more difficult than fighting a war. Big Stick Tian walked to the side of the black car and looked at the thin young man behind the slowly lowered window. He shrugged and said, "Su Lu is the Almighty One. Yes, he also knows where the best porridge and scallion pancakes are." Hearing the name of his old friend, Tai Ziyuan, who was in the car, smiled and said with a trace of longing, "I found a porridge shop a few days ago. The taste is not bad, so I'll treat you to breakfast today." The young master of the Tai family and Mr. Tian, the representative of the old house on Wire Road, had breakfast together. Of course, it wasn't as simple as reminiscing about the past in the library. For some reason that even he couldn't understand, after the explosion of the ancient bell, Tai Ziyuan adjusted his life plan and came to the West Woods to open a law firm called Shizhou Law Firm. Shizhou Law Firm now hired the son of the Chief Justice of the Federation, He Ying, as its chief legal counsel. They were fighting a family property lawsuit that made the whole Federation suffer. The current situation in the West Woods was a bit tense. Under the strong suppression of Mr. Tian and Li Feng, the despicable relatives of the Zhong family didn't dare to do anything too outrageous. Zhong Ziki, who was elected as the heir of the family, needed the support of the Federation government and the other families more than ever. It was also because of this rare opportunity that the big shots of the capital ring finally reached into the West Woods. Other than the three mechanics around the capital of the Sunset State, the Federation government and the Department of Defense were gradually taking control of the entire West Woods military region. This situation seemed to be unstoppable. Zhong Ziki and the greedy elders in the family naturally couldn't see the hidden danger behind this trend. However, they were already riding on the dead mad tiger, so how could they stop? The circuit courts have been all over. Unless we go to the Supreme Court, no one dares to make a decision on this case. Tai Ziyuan gently stirred the vegetable porridge in his bowl and said with a smile, "Of course, even if these courts dare to make a decision, neither side will admit it. In the end, we will still have to go to the Supreme Court." An image of an old man with a face full of wrinkles appeared in Mr. Tian's mind. He thought that only the Chief Justice, who even the god of war couldn't do anything about, had the courage to end the chaos in the West Woods. He frowned and said, "The problem is that the lawyers over there, and the despicable Ministry of Justice have been using those legal means to prevent this case from going to the Supreme Court. The most disgusting thing is that bunch of bastards in the Management Committee. They actually pushed for an amendment on Parliament Hill, saying that in order to save the Federation's legal costs, secondary civil cases like inheritance rights can't go to the Supreme Court. F***CK. When the Federation TV station and the Children's Rights Fund fought that Jian Shuer case in the Supreme Court, those damn senators just watched the show and didn't say anything. Tai Ziyuan raised his head and looked at the angry fatty Tian. He sighed and said, "There's good news. Yesterday, the Supreme Court ruled that this amendment is unconstitutional. According to the procedure, my law firm will be able to send this case to Justice He Ying in 20 days at most." Mr. Tian laughed, then immediately froze and asked, "Don't tell me it's bad news?" "Yes." Tai Ziyuan's expression was a little strange, but it wasn't heavy. Instead, it had a slight trace of mockery. "I have a falling out with my family." Stick Tian's expression suddenly became serious. He knew that this bad news was definitely not a simple story of a young master falling out with his family. It represented that after a year of silence, the Madam of Macho's Back Mountain finally decided to show her true attitude. The commander is dead. Everyone wants to take a bite out of the West Woods. Now it seems that the lady has been silent for a year because of you, but she won't be silent forever. Mr. Tian's smile was a little bleak. He whispered, "What a magnificent and grand robbery." In the asteroid belt behind the gravitational field of the L9 galaxy of the Imperium in the left sky space zone, there was a sailing route that had never appeared on the official star map of the Imperium. Countless audacious smugglers, countless local nobles and officers who stole the wealth of the Imperium to enrich their personal pockets, and countless ruthless and unpredictable pirates were driving their own spaceships in the secret sailing route, playing the dangerous but highly exciting bloody money games. For the Red-Beard pirates, they had always held the initiative in this game for more than a decade. More than a dozen high-speed pirate ships with stacked engines were like more than a dozen cruel and hungry sharks, swimming in the shadows of the channel. When they encountered delicious and weak targets, they would reveal their mouths full of sharp white teeth and rush out to rob everything they could. However, today, their pirate ships with powerful engines and amazing speed were the targets of robbery. Why haven't we gotten rid of it yet? A pirate with a red beard looked at the spaceship on the screen that seemed to be made of broken metal. He held his head with both hands and let out a shrill and desperate cry. At this moment, he, who was famous for his cold-blooded and cruel smuggling channel, looked more like a crazy and neurotic philosopher. After searching for the meaning of life without any results, he let out a cry of despair to the sky. The next moment, he would cut off his own ears. Because of the war between the Federation and the Empire, the resources of the L9 star system suddenly became scarce, and the price of all kinds of black market goods soared. Because they could not resist this charming temptation, the Red-Beard pirates knew that the Empire's fleet had now tightly sealed the exits of the smuggling channel, but they still quietly entered this channel, preparing to secretly eat up those bold smuggling fleets. Unexpectedly, their pirate ships were not blown to pieces by the Empire's official fleet, but they were targeted by a spaceship full of broken metal components that came out of nowhere. Moreover, it was targeted for half a month. The pirate fleet that rampaged the smuggling channel at high speed was completely unable to get rid of this broken spaceship. As for the air battle, His Majesty the Emperor, in the first 3 minutes, 2/3 of the entire Red-Beard pirates' spaceships were smashed into scrap metal floating in space by that broken spaceship. Red-Beard had never seen such a fast spaceship in his life. He had never seen such a sturdy spaceship, and he had never seen such a fearless captain. A large hole had clearly appeared in the abdomen of that broken spaceship, revealing the cabin equipment inside. How could the people inside still be alive and dare to ram into his ship without regard for their own lives? Looking at the screen getting closer and clearer, the bow of the spaceship full of broken metal components was like a deformed metal monster. Red-Beard's pupils shrank smaller and smaller. Suddenly, his face turned red and he roared, "Full engine forward! Since we can't escape, we'll ram into it. I don't believe that the people in that spaceship are really not afraid of death." At this moment, the pirate leader responsible for technical monitoring beside him said in a trembling voice, "Boss, please don't. I always feel that this ship is a little strange. Do you remember the ship mentioned after the Namutso pirates were annihilated last time?" When Red-Beard heard this, he could not help but think of the rumor. The Namutso pirates, whose strength was definitely not below Red-Beard's, suddenly disappeared 3 months ago. Later, a pirate who luckily survived in an escape capsule trembled all over and told what had happened to them, but no pirate group believed him. They all felt that the pirate must have been scared out of his wit. Ghost ship? Red-Beard stared at the broken metal spaceship that was still suspended tens of thousands of kilometers away on the screen. It was motionless as if there was no life in it. Red-Beard's flushed face suddenly turned extremely pale, and he said 3 words in a trembling voice. At this moment, the remote communication system on the pirate ship turned on without anyone touching it. A cold mechanical voice that seemed to have no rhythm and emotional fluctuations suddenly sounded in the hall. The frightened pirates were so frightened by this voice that their legs went soft and they fell to the ground. "Good morning, everyone. Hello, everyone. This is the old Butler spaceship. Thank you very much for stopping by." The cold mechanical voice resounded throughout the hall. "Please pay attention. The robbery will begin now. I don't want women, nor do I want men, nor do I want underwear. The mechanical voice continued without any emotional fluctuations. "This is a joke. In order to prevent you from doing strange things that are beyond my logical judgment because of being too nervous, I hope you can relax a little. The following is the list of robberies. 1 turbulent nozzle cleaning valve for your ship's engine. 1 X-shaped support steel beam. The strength requirement is level 3. 2 timer calibrators. The broken metal spaceship that the pirates called the Ghost Ship slowly listed its robbery list through the remote communication system. As many as dozens of spaceship components or parts of unknown purposes appeared on the list. At the end, the voice said, and all of your crystal ores. And all the crystal ores on your ship. Here's a friendly reminder. The way your ship is using the engine is an incomprehensible waste of crystal ores. If necessary, you can head to the X3 galaxy and contact the federal troops to upgrade and modify the engine power system." Sulu didn't know how many people in the Federation missed him, but he believed that there were definitely people who missed him. He was curious about the names of those people and was very satisfied. For those people, he asked the Empire's underground resistance organization to send back the news that he was still alive as soon as possible. However, the left sky star region was full of flames of war, and communication was extremely difficult. If he was really lucky enough to return to the Federation, the news might not have reached him yet. At this time, he didn't know that some of those who missed him and were missed by him were facing execution. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to wait for even 10 minutes on this planet controlled by smugglers and vacationing pirates. After leaving Tianjin on the Empire's military transport ship, the first 10 days of space travel were very safe. There were no problems with the identity forged by the Resistance organization. However, when they quietly left the Empire's warship and boarded the smuggling spaceship to continue their escape, the situation suddenly became tense. Because of the war, the Empire's fleet increased the frequency of cruising in the star regions within their borders. Even the secret smuggling routes that were usually considered to be outside of the Empire's jurisdiction actually appeared. The closer they were to the front lines of the battlefield, the stricter the Empire's official inspection. The tactic of using money to clear the way in the past was now completely useless. In just 4 days, Sulu and the others encountered several fatal crises. The Resistance organization's soldiers kept dying to protect them as they moved forward with difficulty, all the way until they landed on the most remote planet in the L9 galaxy. During this escape journey, Sulu's view of the underground Resistance organization changed greatly. This was especially so when he looked at Mr. Muen, who still wore an expensive leather robe and had a bleak expression on his face. In his heart, Mr. Muen kept leveling up. The leveling up here wasn't referring to this person's powerful methods, but to other aspects. When he first saw Muen, Sulu thought that he was just a gangster boss who occupied the slums of the capital city. He only had a few casinos, repair shops, and over 100 lousy guns. However, when he left the capital city and began to flee for his life on Tianjin planet, he discovered that Muen was one of the few underworld leaders on Tianjin planet. No matter which province or county he was in, his underworld gang could display its powerful abilities. After leaving Tianjin planet and coming to the vast universe, Sulu finally understood that this seemingly boorish and unsophisticated fellow actually had influence over the entire left sky star field. Countless smugglers and pirate leaders had to treat him with respect when they saw him. Sulu licked his dry lips and looked at the heavily polluted air above this adventurer's paradise planet. He couldn't help but frown as he thought of the Donglin region. With Mr. Muen's help, perhaps he could really pass through the layers of blockades of the Imperial armies and complete the impossible return this time. Thinking of this, a smile and homesickness surfaced on his face. Shortly after, he thought of another matter. The old man had once asked him to go to the Great Master Fan Manor to investigate the clues left behind by the AI chip. However, He had been struggling between life and death during those days and had completely forgotten about this matter. Now that he was about to return, there probably wouldn't be a chance to investigate it. Perhaps he would wait until the federal forces attacked Tianjin before he went to that small white courtyard to take a look? Right, there was also Aunt Susan. When the time came, he would also have to go and take a look. Paul wouldn't really be going to the battlefield, right? He was still in a dangerous place within the Empire, but he began to imagine the beautiful scene when he returned in the future. It had to be said that the cheerful and optimistic fighting spirit had long been deeply rooted in Su Li's bones. However, the worried and heavy voice of Mr. Mu-En next to him instantly destroyed these optimistic imaginations. "There's a big problem." Mr. Mu-En's palm stroked the rough skin under his smooth leather jacket as he looked at the spaceport more than 10 kilometers in front of the hotel's floor-to-ceiling glass window. With a serious expression, he said, "The latest news is that the military has taken control of the spaceport and allowed spaceships to land, but banned all aircraft from taking off. I don't know if this is wartime control or if the military has detected something and is taking measures specifically to target you." Su Lu suddenly turned around and looked into Mr. Mu-En's eyes. Mr. Mu-En lit the thick tobacco in his hand and said with a frown, "Because of you, the Empire has blocked the smuggling route for a long time. The resistance of the nobles and merchants was too strong, so it gradually loosened later. We have always taken the path of the military. As long as we have enough money we can get through. But this time, it really won't work. Now, none of the officers dare to accept money." Mu-En walked back to the room and took out the workbench. He opened a three-dimensional star map and slid a thin line on the corner of the star map that was magnified 400 times. He whispered, "The most important thing now is this line. Of all the smuggling routes, this is the most secretive one, and the military should not have grasped it. The problem is that the military has directly taken control of the spaceport. The most terrifying thing is that an Empire light fleet came out of nowhere and blocked all the entrances of this smuggling route. It seems that even if the military does not have the specific data of the route, they have a general understanding of the situation. If our ship can enter this route, then turn right in the direction of 23:33:17 from the exit and pass through these 3 spatial gates, we will be able to reach the periphery of the X3 system." Mr. Mu-En pointed at the dots of light on the star map with the thick tobacco in his hand and said slowly, "According to the information we received, your army is now preparing to attack X3. The problem is that in this half a month, no other spaceship has the opportunity to sneak in except for the Red-Beard pirate. What is your suggestion?" Su Lu asked. "I can't give any suggestions now. We can only wait," Mr. Mu-En answered directly. Su Lu sighed softly and turned to look at the spaceport outside the window. He felt that the road home was so close to him, but why was it so far away? At this moment, his sharp eyes caught sight of a few small black dots at the spaceport. The ships were slowly taking off. The flames from the bottom of the ships distorted the light in the air, flattening the small sun on the horizon. "Didn't we say that no spaceships are allowed to take off?" Su Lu asked with narrowed eyes. Mu-En was also extremely puzzled. His brows were tightly knitted together, and after looking for a moment, his pupils suddenly shrank as he said, "Colonel Su Lu, it looks like I can only send you off here." Su Li's pupils also shrank nervously at this moment. The two of them noticed at almost the same time that after those few spaceships took off from the spaceport, they didn't fly out of the atmosphere. Instead, they flew straight for the hotel they were in at a terrifying speed. The temporarily set-up alarm sounded sharply. Mu-En dragged out a heavy firearm from under the bed and threw it to Su Lu. He ran out of the room and shouted, "We're definitely being watched. Run by yourself." Su Lu caught the firearm with a flip of his wrist and slung it over his shoulder. He rushed out of the room and ran along the corridor full of glass windows in a different direction. He shouted, "Who are they? Throughout the entire process of escaping, Mr. Mu-En was able to remain calm no matter what kind of danger he encountered. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the few Imperial military spaceships approaching at high speed. He looked at the golden hibiscus insignia on the spaceships and said in a trembling voice, "The Royal Special Mecha Battalion." Sulu, who was running at high speed, paused slightly. He looked out the window at the spaceships that had already flown to the hotel. He looked at the bottom of the spaceships that were slowly cracking open, and at the dozen or so cold steel mechas that sent chills down his spine. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the firearm on his shoulder. He thought with a trace of coldness in his heart, "What can this gun do?" "Your Highness, we just received news that the Royal Special Mecha Battalion team hiding on the L9 transit planet has successfully found the remnants of the Resistance Organization. They also found the location of that fugitive from the Federation. According to your instructions, the Royal Special Mecha Battalion has already started the killing operation. If there are no accidents, we should have the latest news in about 3 minutes. Huai Chaoshi, who was standing by the window, calmly looked at the fleets that were retreating into the heart of the Empire in the Dark Universe. She thought about the killing operation on the L9 system behind her. She didn't know why, but she slightly furrowed her brows. In the beginning, she didn't think much of that guy. She just didn't expect that guy to be like a cockroach that couldn't be killed no matter what. He gradually became a thorn in her heart. Now that this thorn was about to be removed, why didn't she feel the satisfaction of success? Huai Chaoshi wasn't disappointed that the cleanup operation against the underground resistance organization in the slums didn't manage to kill Sulu. On the contrary, it made her more confident that she could kill Sulu. That enemy who didn't play by the rules in the past was now mixed in with the remnants of the resistance organization. It seemed like he had many helpers, but in reality, he also revealed many tales formed by shadows. As long as they followed the trail of the resistance organization, they would be able to find out where he was. During the space journey leading the second batch of Wolf Fang mecha squadrons to the front lines, Huai Chaoshi continuously sent instructions to the Royal Intelligence Agency and the relevant military departments. The Royal Intelligence Agency was very clear on the style of the resistance organization. After combining all the information, the Empire set their sights on the L9 system. Huai Chaoshi agreed with this judgment. From planet Tianjing to the edge of the left sky galaxy, there were many paths. However, now that the flames of war were blazing, if they wanted to leave the Empire, there was only one path left. Although they couldn't see each other and were separated by stars, she definitely had to kill Sulu within the Empire's borders. She definitely wouldn't allow him to return to the Federation alive. Thus, she had long made preparations to block this only path of survival into a dead end. Pass down my orders. Transfer the 14 Night Wolf battleships of the Heavens I formation to the designated area and block the exit of that secret space route. Because of some kind of warning, Huai Chaoshi added an order without any warning. Your Highness, because they were used to seal off the space route, too many battleships have already been transferred. The space defense of the X3 system is already very weak. Now, you still want to transfer more battleships over. The officer looked at Her Highness in shock. He didn't understand why Her Highness would make such an unnecessary move when that Federation fugitive was clearly going to die. We were going to give up on the X3 system anyway. Huai Chaoshi looked at the grand and majestic cosmic retreat in front of the battleships that carried a trace of sorrow and magnificence. She took a deep breath, narrowed her eyes and said, "Even if that guy can fight for a sliver of a chance of survival in the impossible, I will still destroy him." The hotel's large and luxurious glass wall was instantly reduced to a pile of wreckage by the terrifying gunfire of the dozen or so cold mecha that were about 6 meters tall. Countless cries of pain and sporadic gunshots rang out in the corridor. Immediately after that, the dozen or so wolf Fang mecha rushed out at high speed, chasing after that figure in the morning light. The leaves on the street fell from the mecha's high-speed advance. Who knew how many houses were reduced to ruins under the heavy mechanical feet of countless people, and who knew how many people died because of this? The fleeing figure seemed so lonely, yet so resolute and ruthless. It was as if there was an engine installed on his legs. With a speed that was beyond human imagination, he climbed over the wall in front of him, stepped over the ancient trees in front of him, and turned into a shining shadow under the morning light, all the way forward. However, the speed of a human was ultimately no match for the speed and agility of the wolf Fang mecha. It didn't take long before the dozen or so mecha from the Empire's Royal Special Mecha Battalion coldly caught up to him and forced him into a park hidden in a dense forest by the side of the road. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fallen leaves danced in the air as gray shadows flashed past. A series of powerful mecha-specific shrapnel swept the thick ancient trees in the park in half. Su Lu was extremely lucky to have avoided the death reaping of these terrifying shrapnel. Using his fastest speed, he rushed to the top of the mountain and then stopped. Running for his life was not scary. He seemed to have spent his entire life on the run. What was scary was that right now, he had no idea where to run to. Death was also not scary. Early on, after his family had died in the mining accident, he had spent a long time planting that seed of fearlessness in his heart. What was scary was that he might die in a foreign country and no one would know. Using his own 2 legs to compete in speed with the Empire's mecha, rushing through the streets, ancient trees, and swamps to reach the top of the small mountain, it was truly inconceivable. However, the seemingly endless strength in his body had also been depleted by this terrifying sprint. Looking at the falling trees all around him and the metal reflections of the mecha that lit up from time to time between the trees, Su Lu gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air to relieve the dizziness caused by the lack of oxygen. Then, he narrowed his eyes. While running at high speed, he had already thrown away the gun on his shoulder. The powerful anti-material gun was not very useful against these latest Wolf Fang mecha models. The faint sound of wind and thunder came from the horizon. Several Empire's close-range fighter jets drew terrifying airflow lines as they rushed in this direction. Was this the final battle of his life? Narrowing his eyes, Su Li's heart was strangely calm as he watched the fighter jets in the sky and the Empire's special mecha coming from all directions. Other than the faint pride born from such a grand occasion, there was not even the slightest bit of fighting spirit in him. He took a deep breath and transferred the burning energy from his waist to his fingertips. He closed his eyes and recalled the crazy battle techniques his uncle had used in the green hills of Heshi province. Those finger movements that could make the heavy mecha dance with the movement of his fingers despite being separated by thick armor. An instant later, he opened his eyes, a trace of a bitter smile on his face. Facing more than a dozen mecha and the fighter jets in the sky with his bare hands, as well as the densely packed Empire's troops further away, who could escape? After all, humans were not first-order machines. After all, he was not Uncle Fengyu. In this most dangerous moment, he also did not see Uncle Fengyu. The wolf Fang mechs all around stopped their heavy footsteps, the cold gun barrels on their mechanical arms aimed at the small hill. The missiles under the wings of the Empire's fighter jets that were closing in at high speed in the sky left their jets and flew freely with the aura of death. At this moment, Su Li's eyes fell on the dusky sky above his head that was very similar to Donglin hometown. Across this sky, not far away was the Federation's troops. Unfortunately, he could no longer go back. At this moment, the extraordinarily strange and colorful dust clouds due to pollution suddenly tumbled. A hole formed by high-speed air turbulence quickly formed. The dim light of the distant star became countless times brighter, shrouding the entire area around the mountain in gold. A strange dark-colored spaceship covered in tattered metal parts rushed out of the hole at a shocking speed, like a metal monster from another time and space in this golden color. It slammed into the Empire's fighter jet that was firing missiles high up in the sky. The missiles first landed on the strange spaceship's body, bursting into a large ball of beautiful flames. Then, this seemingly burning spaceship smashed the Empire's fighter jet into pieces like rain in the sky. None of the Empire's soldiers who carried out this mission could describe the scene after the incident. No one could describe the flight path of that spaceship because, according to the strict laws of physics, no one in this universe could withstand the high-speed turns of that strange spaceship. It was like a ghost turning at high speed. A gust of wind blew, the leaves swayed, and the mountain shook. More than 10 Empire's Wolf-Fong mecha fell to the ground miserably. That strange, tattered spaceship roared and soared into the sky again, drawing a strange arc in the sky, avoiding the surface-to-air missiles of the Empire's ground base. It elegantly and arrogantly flew across the entire city. Then, the bow of the spaceship suddenly tilted, raised its head, and pierced through the clouds, flying towards that streak of golden light, and disappeared in an instant. Su Lo, who was on the hill, had also disappeared. Chapter 657. All around them were metal components welded to the alloy walls and ground. There was no one in the spaceship, and there was no sound. Only the violent vibration and the shrill sound of the wind from the gaps of the broken metal could be felt. Only then could one feel the terrifying speed. The dilapidated spaceship that had broken through the colorful clouds was flying freely in the sky with a roar. For the people in the cabin, it was a terrifying torture. At this moment, Su Li's body had turned into a crazy stone, and he could not control it at all. He kept rolling up and down in the cabin, colliding with the hard and cold interior walls of the spaceship with many sharp corners, making dull crashing sound. After an unknown amount of time, the broken spaceship finally returned to its normal cruising position. Su Lu, whose face was covered in blood and his body was covered in green, finally had a chance to catch his breath. His right hand tightly grasped a metal object that looked like an engine rack that he could not recognize and scanned the interior of the spaceship as quickly as possible. Blood dripped from his forehead and passed through his eyes, causing a certain degree of obstruction to his vision. The broken metal components welded to the interior of this strange spaceship made it even harder for people to see the original appearance of the spaceship, but Su Lu only took less than a second to recognize the origin of this spaceship. This was because more than a year ago, he had taken this tri-winged spaceship of the Bureau of Proclamation to heroically, or rather stupidly, break through the space channel. He had a deep impression of this spaceship that carried his determination for revenge. Even though its appearance had changed a lot, the aura inside was still there. A moment ago, he was waiting for death on the hill, and the next moment, he appeared on the tri-winged warship of the Federal Charter Bureau. This kind of abrupt change in circumstances made him, who had extremely strong nerves, stunned for a moment. Then, a silly and joyful smile appeared on his bloody face. The interstellar smugglers and pirates of the Empire could not understand this ghost ship, and neither could the Bureau of Proclamation of the Federation. Only Su Lu, who had been flirting with that great existence for many years, knew the reason. Since this tri-wing spaceship did not become a piece of trash in space but appeared in front of him, then, the old thing must be on the spaceship too. Escaping from death and returning home, the great joy made the silly smile on Su Li's face develop into a crazy direction. However, at this moment, the whistling sound of air tearing outside the spaceship that was penetrating the atmosphere at super high speed suddenly disappeared, and an absolute silence that made people instinctively panic shrouded the interior of the spaceship. Su Lu felt that his body was gradually floating. He looked back in shock and saw that the gorgeous outline of the planet could be faintly seen outside the porthole. Only then did he understand that the spaceship had already passed through the atmosphere and was about to enter space. He opened his mouth and was about to say something to the strangely silent old thing, but he found that he did not make any sound. His chest was slightly rising and falling, but he did not inhale any air. He stared at the holes on the inner wall of the spaceship that seemed to be laughing at him. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly closed his mouth, jumped to the closed door of the front cabin, and desperately knocked on it. The alloy door of the front cabin slowly opened. Sulu swam in without hesitation and tied himself to the seat near the observation window as fast as he could. Then he poked his finger up, closed the sealed door behind him, and pressed the button of the life support system. But what made him feel crazy and desperate was that the oxygen content in the front cabin was still decreasing bit by bit. Pulling out the life support mask on the side of the seat and putting it on his face, Sulu gasped a few times and shouted in shock, "What's wrong with the life support system?" Under the pressure of millions of tons of water in the Empire's Red Rose Royal spaceship, his body once again underwent a wonderful change. He did not need to breathe for a long time, or he could faintly breathe the oxygen in the water through his skin. However, at this time, the spaceship was in an environment that was close to absolute vacuum. If he stayed for too long, he would only die. No one answered his anxious and panicked question. A moment later, a mechanical electronic synthetic voice coldly sounded from inside the spaceship. Request for identity verification. According to the Federation's laws and the Charter Act, if the identity verification is not passed, I will ask you to leave the spaceship after 20 Federation seconds. At this time, Sulu was like a drowning person who was holding the life support helmet tightly. After suddenly hearing this sentence, he could not help but be stunned. Then the resentment and ruthlessness that he had developed after a year of escaping suddenly burst out. He took off the life support mask and scolded angrily, "Stop playing games. You think this young master can't recognize you just because you're wearing a tattered vest?" After angrily scolding this sentence, Sulu caught a glimpse of a few dark figures that made his heart beat faster and faster on the side of the remote L9 planet that was getting smaller and smaller. They should be the Empire's regular fleet. Speed up! Speed up! Old man, get rid of these Empire people! Sulu waved his right arm vigorously and shouted loudly. However, the mechanical voice in the spaceship was still as cold and emotionless as before. It was still carrying out a cold and terrifying countdown. 103,102,101. Sulu was really stunned at this time. He held the bottom of the life support mask and looked at the equipment around the front cabin with a trace of confusion. It seemed that he wanted to find where the old man was hiding. His body gradually became cold. "I'm Sulu. 95, 94, I'm the 72nd anomaly? 88, 87, DDDDD, I'm your father." Sulu's body was slightly cold as he pointed a middle finger at the light screen in front of him. Leave the spaceship? Fly freely in space? Of course that would be death. What the hell is identity verification? This mechanical synthesized voice seemed to have not been heard for a long time. Could it be that the old man was wandering alone in the universe, and his newly born IQ and EQ were miserably reduced to zero? Suddenly, he thought of something and frowned. A moment later, he took off his coat and covered his head. Then, he took a deep breath in front of the oxygen mask and resolutely put the bracelet on his wrist on the back of his neck. At this moment, Sulu felt like the guy in the Federation fable who covered his ears to steal the crystal chandelier. He didn't want the old man to discover his secret, but in this situation, what could he do? He could only hope that the thin coat could cover the glory of the charter. The intense pain on the back of his neck that he had only experienced twice but would definitely be unforgettable for the rest of his life once again occupied his whole body. Sulu painfully fell to the side of the chair with his clothes covered. His body trembled nonstop, but he forced himself not to fall unconscious with his strong mental strength. 34, 33, the mechanical synthesized voice inside the spaceship was still coldly counting down to death. As long as it or he or she wanted to, there were countless ways to make the painfully struggling man in the chair die. At this moment, a beautiful blue line suddenly flashed on the thick dust-covered light screen on the command console, making a soft beep. 28. Woo. The cold, mechanical, electronically synthesized voice suddenly twisted and changed pitch. The tone suddenly jumped up in the next moment, bringing with it a touch of extreme vicissitudes and rich emotion that made people cry, resounding in this spaceship that was as silent as a ghost in space. My God! Colonel Sulu, you son of a bitch are still alive! His palm carelessly wiped away the accumulated dust on the light screen. Sulu coughed hard twice. Looking at the few Imperial battleships on the monitor, he finally relaxed. He shook his head with lingering fear. Suddenly, he thought of something. He slammed the light screen and said angrily, "What identity verification? You came to L9 to save me, don't tell me you don't know who I am?" The image of the old butler that he had not seen for a long time appeared somewhat distorted on the display light screen. He bowed slightly to him and replied with a smile, "First of all, I am only a part of myself. My core computing ability is too weak, and my reaction is much slower. Second, I have connected to some of the Imperial network in the past year, so I know that the Imperial people are spending a lot of effort to kill a person. Finally, it just so happens that I have recently obtained some key parts through some legal means. I am preparing to go to an abandoned mechanical warehouse on this planet for repair. Based on the above 3 points, I was just preparing to rescue that person and ask him. Of course, I have to admit that the 3D portrait I captured was the main reason for my action this time. It was a very long explanation, but it was not convincing. Of course, it could not shake Sulu out of his depressed mood. He angrily slapped his face that was still bloody and said, "An electronic portrait wanted by the Imperial people? Look who this is, you are not blind." It is not difficult for a human to disguise their face. Voice and fingerprints can also be imitated. Only the charter chip is the only reliable identity imprint. Sulu was silent for a moment before he said in a low voice, "That is not necessarily the case." The old butler on the light screen was also silent for a moment before he said with a hint of emotion, "Indeed." The slight sound of the electric motor and a few sparks broke the silence between the two. If the Federation charter computer could be called a person, the automatic mechanical hands were busy repairing outside the cabin door. The secondary sealing pressure around the front cabin and the repair of the life support system were also in progress step by step. Reuniting with the Federal Central Computer was equal to reuniting with the Federation and reuniting with the warmth of the past. After a moment of silence, Sulu fell heavily on his back and lay on the familiar seat. He took a deep breath tiredly and said softly with a satisfied smile on his face, "This tri-winged warship is too shabby. It feels like it can fall apart at any time. The light screen in the front cabin is full of ash from the engine oil. Even the life support system is broken. I really don't understand how you can still stand in front of me alive and kicking. In fact, I am more curious about what you have been through in the past year. It is even more incredible that you can still stand in front of me alive and kicking and even have the energy to raise your middle finger and scold me." The old butler in the form of charter computer replied calmly, "As for your question, it is actually very simple. I do not need to breathe. Naturally, I do not need to waste extra energy and components to maintain the life support system. I do not need to watch the surveillance, so I do not need to waste extra energy to clean the dust on the light screen." Sulu was silent for a moment before he said gloomily, "If this tri-winged warship was left in the Imperium to receive me when I left, then you threw away all these things as garbage. Did it not occur to you that I did not have your abilities and that I would become a dry corpse on the spaceship? Well, to be honest, I did not expect you to come back alive." After a long silence, The old thing continued with the warmth that it had only recently grasped. I am very happy that you are still alive. Me too. Sulu patted the image of the old butler on the light screen softly and said, "It is good to see you again." It was a little too sentimental, and it was sentimental between the intelligence of a human and a machine. There was always a nauseating feeling that surpassed the love between biological species. Sulu and Charter Computer realized this at the same time and shut up at the same time. The mechanical arm that was moving slowly on the right side of the front cabin, preparing to imitate human actions and give Sulu a warm and comforting hug, was also silently retracted. "Where have you been in the past year? How have you been?" Sulu suddenly asked with a smile. "Wandering alone in a foreign land, did you ever feel empty and lonely and a little cold?" The old thing was clearly shaken to the core by this sentence. After a long silence, when Sulu was about to laugh heartily, a voice suddenly echoed in the quiet spaceship. "Do not ask me where I come from, where I come from. My hometown is far away, far away. Why are you wandering, wandering far away, wandering in the universe?" In the vast and quiet space, a ragged metal spaceship brushed past the last asteroid belt of the L9 galaxy like a ghost and flew into the darkness further away. On this spaceship, there was a young man of the Federation who was facing the stars and covering his ears tightly. There was also a deep and magnetic male voice that was reciting ancient poems non-stop. Chapter 658. After the emotional recital, it was time for the legendary story. From the stories of drifting robberies, Sulu finally knew what this Bureau of Proclamation tri-winged spaceship had been through in the past year and turned into a pile of junk. At the end of the plan to assassinate Countess Kadone, the MXD was shot in half by Peach Miasma. Sulu watched the tri-winged spaceship fly away in front of his eyes and unfortunately failed to get a return ticket. Then, the Imperium's flagship started to explode one layer after another. Sulu was heavily wounded and captured by Hui Chaosher and transferred to another warship. The tri-winged spaceship controlled by the old thing could not do anything when surrounded by the Imperium's fleet, especially when the Imperium's fleet started to chase after the tri-winged spaceship of the Bureau of Proclamation. It was forced to leave. The tri-winged spaceship left, but it did not leave. For some reason, the old thing did not let the tri-winged spaceship return to the Federation. Instead, it silently stayed in the Imperium and waited for Sulu's return. It had been more than a year. If Sulu was really dead and could never come back, would it continue to wait? In short, from that day on, this tri-winged spaceship without any crew members became a ghost in the southwest space zone of the Imperium. With its high speed and powerful navigation calculation ability, it wandered from one end of the southwest space zone to the other under the cover of countless dead stars. When its energy ran out, it started to rob. When the spaceship's mechanical failure could not be repaired, it started to rob. When the spaceship needed to be thickened to increase its collision force, it started to rob. The Imperium's fleet could not find the tri-winged spaceship that was deliberately hiding, and those smugglers and pirates could only sadly become the victims with only one pair of underwear left in front of the old thing's flawless plan and its high speed. The tri-winged spaceship's silent and determined wait in a foreign land was made up of endless loneliness and repetitive robberies. Like a naughty ghost, it tore off countless coats from the Imperium's spaceships and put them on itself layer by layer. Like a strange magnet, it absorbed a lot of scrap metal and turned the spaceship into this strange appearance. Although I know it's a little stupid to ask this, I really want to know. Sulu put his feet on the console and looked at the light beam that still had a few spots of dust. He frowned and asked solemnly, "Nobody is talking. You've been in the universe alone for more than a year. Do you really not feel bored?" Earlier, he had asked a similar question, but this time, he was more serious and did not sound like he was joking. The charter computer seemed to have gradually gained some kind of human-like intelligence and emotions. This was something Su Lu could not understand, but it was something he was concerned about. If the old thing was really becoming more and more like a human, then it would definitely be very difficult for him to endure a year of loneliness. I'm used to it. Although I'm not very sure if I was me before I met you, or if I would have the emotional reactions of a program like I do now, you should know that I've been alone for tens of thousands of years. The charter computer replied softly. Me leaving the tri-winged spaceship in the Imperium is actually not in line with the result of the calculation. According to the calculation, you should be dead. But I don't know why, but I still stayed. Maybe it's because according to the sacred rule of the first charter, in this universe full of cold planets and rays, I can only communicate with you. Without you, I would have no one to talk to. Listening to the charter computer's calm self-analysis, Su Lu had a lot of feelings. While he was struggling to survive in the Imperium, the tri-winged spaceship was wandering alone, trying to survive. It was a good feeling to have someone waiting for a wanderer who was thousands of miles away from home. If what was waiting for you was a ragged spaceship, it would be quite good too. What's the situation on the Federation side? Where are the troops? After a short pause, Su Lu immediately asked the situation he was most concerned about. The tri-winged spaceship has been drifting in this star field, unable to successfully activate any hidden signal relay stations. I don't know the situation on the Federation's side, the charter computer replied. But according to the feedback from the peripheral nodes of the Imperium's military intelligence network that I hacked, the Federation forces have completely occupied the Yellow Disaster star system. The command center should be planning a transition to the X3 star system. The speed of the Federation forces' advance was about the same as Su Li's calculation. During this year in the Imperium, especially from his conversation with Hui Chaosher, he could roughly guess the Imperium's strategic intentions. It was nothing more than using the vast space of the star field to delay or dilute the Federation's military pressure. And the information he knew about the Imperium's military made an invisible pressure appear in the quiet spaceship. We need to contact the Federation as soon as possible. Su Lu rubbed his forehead, suddenly took out a chip, took the toolbox, and modified the Imperium's universal serial port before placing it into the reading device on the control panel. Looking at the reading device's linear display, he gently pursed his dry lips and said with a serious expression, "This is a piece of information given to me by the Imperium's underground resistance organization. There is no evidence, and it's a bit vague, but it should be related to the attack on the ancient bell. Before we came here, we already sent the information back to S1. The last seed of the Imperium should be dead, but for some reason, I feel like something is wrong." "What do you need me to do?" the old man asked. "Calculate this information from the Imperium. How did Keaton's fleet avoid your surveillance after passing through the Night Scorpion Nebula? I know the universe is too big, and there must be some omissions, but that damn fleet is too precise. It's like walking on a tightrope in the dark, but not a single step is off. It might be the information given by the seed of the Imperium." "I'm more worried about the Bureau of Proclamation," Su Lu said with a touch of seriousness. "After we go back, help me investigate." "We do need to go back. Although this tri-winged spaceship is equipped with the most advanced computing platform, its computing power is still seriously lacking, especially when compared to my home under the Bureau of Proclamation. The fact that I can maintain my current state is beyond the scope of my own calculations. I also feel that it's very strange. If the you on the spaceship is you, then who is the glory of the Charter in the Federation? If it's also you, then there are two of you in this universe? This is a very troublesome philosophical question. My fundamental computing core is based on the quantum state, and there is no overly precise theory of causality in that scale space. It seems that I can only use inexplicable philosophical arguments to explain inexplicable physical facts, but this is not something that I, who is good at computing, can come to a conclusion. After a moment of silence, the charter computer continued, whether or not I will be devoured, and whether or not I will continue to have self-consciousness after the devouring is indeed a question. The reason why I have been wandering in the Imperium and refused to contact the Federation when I had the chance, is it because my core program has mutated and generated a biological instinct that makes me feel fear like you when you face death, thus silently pushing my logical analysis to develop in a direction away from the Federation? Sulu was also silent for a long time. Scratching his greasy hair hard, he said bitterly, "It's too long and too hard to say. Let's not continue this topic." It was obvious that the part of the charter computer left in the Imperium, the old thing, or one of the countless independent old things, was very happy to finally find an intelligent object to communicate with after waiting alone for a year. Therefore, it was not ready to end the philosophical debate that often troubled its self-consciousness after it was awakened. What ended the long and boring conversation was a dazzling light suddenly flashing outside the porthole and a sharp alarm that suddenly echoed in the long quiet environment. Warning! Enemy attack! The spaceship is under attack by high-speed weapons from outer space. Enemy attack! Sulu looked at the few terrifying beams on the light beam in shock, as well as the dozen or so Imperium warships marked with green light clusters right in front of the channel. Fear surged into his heart, and his wet hair was numb and itchy. The ragged Tri-Wing warship had already passed through the secret smuggling route in the L9 galaxy at this moment. After almost 13 hours of peaceful flight, Sulu almost forgot that he was still in the Imperium space zone and that he was still on the run. At the same time, the old thing on the Tri-Wing warship could not detect the Imperium's warships that were hiding behind the asteroid belts like hungry wolves in advance because of the lack of necessary equipment. Mu-En once said that the Imperium's military was now sweeping the smuggling routes in this space zone. Around the most secret space zone, there would be warships cruising at a high density. However, it was obvious that the Imperium's fleet that appeared in front of the Tri-Wing warship right now was definitely not for cruising. Staring at the dense green light spots that kept appearing on the light beam, Sulu's scalp was numb. Did the Imperium bring all their warships in the Southwest Galaxy here? He could not believe that those warships were all used to kill him. He subconsciously thought that he had accidentally entered the battlefield of a large-scale air battle. My life is too hard. Sulu sighed silently in his heart, and strangely, a feeling called boredom appeared in his heart. Escaping again and again was really tiresome, even if it was related to life and death, which was much higher than life and death. Under the control of the old thing, the Tri-Wing warship did not give him a chance to express his feelings at all. The engines that had been modified multiple times were all activated, and it suddenly turned around in space, narrowly avoiding the high-speed attack of the Imperium's cannons. Old thing, charge over there and smash these curs to death. Sulu narrowed his eyes and ordered in a low voice. The charter computer paused for a moment before replying confidently, cur, you're not in a warship. There's no way I can transform this ragged Tri-Wing warship into a giant mothership even if I rob it for another 800 years. Smash your ass. Use everything you can to contact the Federal forces and ask for backup. At the same time, send the relevant information back, and then Sulu looked at the dense black and green warships of the Imperium on the light beam and felt a little cold. He said helplessly, "Let's hurry up and run." Today, the Federation forces stationed on the administrative planet of the Huang-E galaxy were filled with a somber and strange atmosphere. The generals of the headquarters landed in the base in the morning and gathered all the officers above the regimental level to begin planning the follow-up attack on the X3 galaxy. In the Federal Military Strategic Plan, the X3 galaxy, which was rich in crystal mineral resources but had never been fully developed due to the limited technological capabilities of the Imperium, was the most important part of the Imperium's invasion strategy. From the presidential palace of the S1 Capital Special District to the logistics soldiers of the lowest level of the frontline forces, everyone knew how important this pre-battle meeting was. The somber and hot-blooded atmosphere gradually heated up in every military facility in the base. However, in addition to this, there was also a strange atmosphere that began to spread in an extremely uncoordinated manner at this time. In the base conference room where the pre-battle military meeting was held, a pungent smoke filled the air. Almost every officer had a special cigarette between their fingers. The burning was either long or short, and they all had a cup of coffee in their left hand, either warm or cold. The expressions of these generals were all different. Some were silent, some were excited, and the expression of the new 17th Division commander, Yu Cheng-hai, was extremely ugly. Sitting in the middle, the Federation's frontline commander, General Yi Changtian, had an even uglier expression than Commander Yu Cheng-hai. His old but firm expression revealed a trace of intense dissatisfaction. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings and coldly said, "This is war, not a fight between hooligans. This is a pre-battle military meeting that concerns the interests of the entire Federation, not some *T Court of Appeals. Since the verdict has already been passed, then there is no need to mention it anymore. We will immediately enter the official phase." In the face of such an important battle, the battle conference had to be brought forward because of a small matter that happened in the camp. The general's expression was naturally very ugly. Of course, even he knew that once any matter involved the Iron 7th Division and the new 17th Division, involved Du Shaoqing and that colonel who had already died, as well as those old grudges that were indifferently paid attention to in the dust of history, no matter how small the matter was, it would become a big matter. That was why he allowed Commander Yu Cheng-hai to make a brief speech on this matter. However, he would not allow this matter to affect the preparation of the frontline troops in any way. Execute the execution immediately. Commander Yu Cheng-hai heard the faint sound of the military order coming from outside the room, and his extremely ugly expression gradually returned to normal. As the commander of the new 17th Division, in order to protect his subordinates, he had already tried his best, arguing with reason. Even if there was no reason, he had argued until now. However, in the end, he still could not save the life of that officer named Bai Yulan. Lifting his cup and taking a sip of the cold coffee, Commander Yu Cheng-hai glanced indifferently at the person in front of him. Seeing that the lieutenant general wearing sunglasses did not seem to have any change in expression, Commander Yu Cheng-hai could not help but smirk mockingly. Then, he immediately focused his attention, and with the composure that an outstanding Federation general should have, he turned his attention to the giant three-dimensional star map in the middle of the meeting room. The Attack X-3 military plan, which had been deduced by the General Staff Headquarters and verified by the Federation's central computer 3 times, was so detailed that it included the combat objective and direction of advance of each mecha team. It appeared simultaneously in the form of text on the annotation column at the bottom of the star map and on the military work platform of each general. As the military plan scrolled down, the visual color blocks on the three-dimensional star map of the enemy and their allies kept changing slightly. Commander Yu Cheng-hai held his coffee cup, his brows furrowed as he carefully watched the progress of the military simulation. He was analyzing the 25% mobility adjustment that his troops would have to undertake and how to deal with it. Suddenly, his furrowed brows relaxed inexplicably, and a puzzled expression appeared in his eyes. Almost at the same time, all of the high-ranking Federation officers, including Commander Yi Changtian, were stunned. They stared in confusion at the three-dimensional star map in the middle of the room. Even Commander Du Shaoqing, who could not change his expression even in the face of a collapsing iceberg, slowly took off the sunglasses on his nose. Because the three-dimensional star map that was continuously deducing the attack plan of the X-3 system suddenly stopped. Those color blocks that represented the Federation and the Empire's fleets, as well as land-based forces, disappeared at an extremely fast speed like snow in the hot sun. What was most shocking was that the three-dimensional star map actually began to adjust its angle of view on its own. Those planets and routes formed by the dots of light instantly shifted, arriving at a somewhat foreign background of the universe. This is a 65-degree view of the L9 system? The headquarters staff looked at this scene in shock, somewhat unable to believe his own eyes. He hurriedly lowered his head to look at the control panel in his hands and nervously explained, "Maybe there's a problem with the calculation program." Commander Yi Changtian's expression became more and more gloomy, but he did not get angry. He did not have time to get angry because everything that happened next proved that the strange scene before him was not a problem with the calculation program, but the Federal Central Computer believed that a very big problem had occurred somewhere in the Empire's star system. At this time, the main control panel of the base computer was completely out of the control of the staff officers. It completely gave up on the simulation of the X3 system's military plan and mobilized all of the calculation unit. The dots of light on the matrix storage rack flickered rapidly. At the same time, a cold mechanical synthesized voice rang out from the conference room deep inside the base, the flagship outside the atmosphere, and even further away, the Federal fleet stationed at the periphery of Planet Yellow disaster. According to the authorization of the first charter, the orders are as follows. 1. The X3 system's military plan will be suspended indefinitely. The fleet stationed at the periphery of Planet Yellow disaster will be suspended from all missions. All troops will be loaded with ammunition and depart according to the following route to 367. 8329 2788. After that, you will pass through 3 small warp void. The specific space data is currently being calculated. The report will be submitted later. A clear navigation route appeared on the three-dimensional star map in the middle of the conference room. At the same time, an eye-catching dot of light indicated the location that the Federal Central Computer requested the Federal Fleet to head to. 2. All participating units are to be on standby. All mecha units are to be prepared to board the ship. Once the fleet fails to rescue the target, or if it is determined that it is impossible to rescue the target will enter a habitable planet and immediately engage in a forced landing battle. 3. The entire mission of this plan is to rescue the target and return. 4. The target is... The Federal Central Computer's mechanical voice paused for a moment. Old Butler Spaceship. This spaceship is a tri-wing spaceship under the Bureau of Proclamation. The relevant modification data will be updated later. The high-ranking officers in the Federal Forces Forward Base, the Bureau of Proclamation officials on the flagship, General Hong Yuliang, and the others in the Federal Fleet Command Hall were all shocked speechless when they heard these orders. What kind of **T is this? Commander Yi Changtian's eyes widened as he stared at the star map in front of him in shock. He said in disbelief, "Even the charter computer has a programming problem? Where did a tri-wing spaceship from the Bureau of Proclamation appear in the L9 system?" Even if a tri-wing spaceship that belonged to the Bureau of Proclamation suddenly appeared on the other side of the universe, all the Federation officers and hundreds of thousands of Federation soldiers present would never accept delaying the plan to attack the X3 system. They would not take the countless risks to carry out this baffling rescue mission in such a crazy and unprepared manner. "Do we have a signal relay station over there?" the commander asked angrily. "We just started to set up the net. Not many of the previous concealment devices can be activated," the staff officer replied. "Then what is going on?" At this time, no one thought of anything because of the name of the tri-wing spaceship from the Bureau of Proclamation. Only Commander Du Shaoqing's sword-like eyebrows furrowed, a hint of disbelief appearing between his brows. Warning: this is a first-sequence incident. The Federal Central Computer completely ignored the shock, confusion, and anger of these high-ranking officers. Calmly, yet with an irresistible tone, it stated a fact that made everyone even more shocked and confused. Warning again, this is a first-sequence incident. The federal forces that had penetrated deep into the Empire's star region were all iron-blooded soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles. These officers who stood in shock within the conference room had faced who knew how many dangerous situations in their lives on the battlefield, but they were all stunned by the words first-sequence incident. Not many people knew that the Federal Central Computer had killed that Eastwood mechanic. For most people in the Federation, they only knew that the Federal Central Computer had issued a first-sequence incident once in their lives, and that was several decades ago. The Empire invaded the West Woods. Could it be that the Empire's emperor suddenly died? Commander Yu Chenghai rubbed his messy white hair and guessed somewhat unconfidently. Then, he somewhat shamefully took a sip of coffee. Many people in the conference room were guessing all sorts of strange reasons. Only Du Xiaoqin calmly looked at the screen, knowing that the answer was about to be revealed. The three-dimensional star map blurred and dispersed, and an even more blurred image appeared. From the perspective, it should have been taken from the inside of a spaceship. The high-ranking officers of the Federation stared at the screen and found that the interior of the spaceship was extremely shabby. Then, they saw a face on the screen, a face that was still smiling so brightly and happily even though they had not seen each other for a long time. Seeing this face, Teacher Yu Chenghai spat out the mouthful of coffee that he had just drunk. The logistics department director was so shocked that he loosened his grip and the coffee cup fell to the ground. Then, a series of noises could be heard. Some people spat out coffee, some spilled coffee, and some dropped coffee cup. Because of the return of a certain person, the scene of the Federation's pre-war military conference turned into a sea of coffee. At this time, the internal affairs officer who had gone to carry out the military order returned to the conference room with an anxious expression. He was about to report the unexpected incident, but he found that the officers in the conference room had all turned into crimson statues. Only Du Xiaoqin remained calm, but if one looked closely, they would be able to see a hint of a smile and some indescribable feelings flashing in his eyes. He slowly placed the coffee cup on the table, looked at the blurred face on the screen, and sighed in his heart, "You're still alive? Then you have to come back alive." In a remote corner of the base was the execution ground for the execution of military law. In the past month, other than a Federation soldier who was executed for raping and killing 3 young Empire girls, no one else came here. However, because of the Federation officer who was about to be executed in the center of the execution ground, it became lively. The Federation soldiers were used to seeing life and death on the battlefield, so they were not like the citizens of the Empire's slums who were excited to see the execution scene. The lively scene was not because the soldiers came to watch the show. Many of the soldiers of the new 17th Division came to send Bai Yulan off. Gu Shifeng and the other former members of Group 7 anxiously waited for a miracle to happen. However, the sad thing was that Commander Yu's efforts did not yield any results, so naturally, there were no miracles. An officer from the Internal Affairs Department hurried over and passed through the crowd of gendarmes to read the verdict of the court-martial to Bai Yulan, who was in the middle of the execution ground. Bai Yulan nodded with some difficulty and then said a few words. Because they were too far away, the soldiers outside couldn't hear what they said. This corner of the base gradually became quiet. Many people were waiting for the gunshot, including Commander Dongfang and his subordinates who were standing furthest away. Their faces were covered in bandages, and their expressions were cold and filled with hatred. Gu Shifeng nervously looked at the military police in front of him. He watched as the military police slowly raised their guns and aimed at Bai Yulan. He took a deep breath, cursed, and exchanged a look with the members of Group 7 beside him. Then, he bravely walked out of the crowd. Robbing the execution ground? Dongfang Yu coldly looked in that direction and said in a vicious tone, That's a plot that only exists in Schiller's old-fashioned novels. I really hope these bastards of Group 7 can be a little more impulsive. When the time comes, more than one will be executed. At this incomparably tense moment, a jeep sped over from the depths of the base. In the jeep, the regiment commander of the new 17th Division, was waving his arms and shouting something loudly. Dongfang Yu narrowed her eyes and looked at the jeep that was rolling in a cloud of dust. She said mockingly, F***CK, your acting is getting better and better. Do you really think that there's an imperial edict that allows you to keep your life? A few years later, when Bai Yulan looked at his smiling wife with a child in her arms, he would always remember that morning when he was facing the military police at the base on planet Yellow E. At that time, when he was facing death, he did not think too much about it. He only felt that his life was somewhat ridiculous. He did not know when it started, but he had changed from a professional soldier who believed in money to a newly married young man who did not care about violating military rules and injuring people. Yes, it was all the little boss's fault. Then, he suddenly heard cheers coming from all around the execution ground. The cheers were brought closer by a foreign wind, and they grew louder and louder until they reached his ears like a sudden clap of thunder. He raised his head with a frown and looked at the crowd with some resentment. He thought to himself, "Do you have to be so happy about my death?" Then, he realized that something was wrong. For some reason, the military police who were carrying out the execution put down the guns in their hands and cheered excitedly. What exactly happened? Federal Forces Forward Base, Flagship, Federal Fleet. All the soldiers who heard the news were cheering. Even the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division standing in the distance were applauding with smiles on their faces. Although that person had embarrassed their beloved division commander, on planet 5460 in the West Woods, that person had controlled a black MX and fought alongside the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division. That thrilling and heroic scene had remained in the hearts of many soldiers of the Iron 7th Division. These cheers from the bottom of their hearts proved one thing. Whether or not he was deliberately created as a war hero by the Federation government, that person had long become a role model in the hearts of the Federation soldiers through the things he had done. A rock did not need to speak. As long as it rolled over with great difficulty, it would naturally be able to press its way out. Commander Dongfang Yu slowly walked down the small slope with an ashen face. When the cheers gradually died down, he walked in front of the Internal Affairs officer and asked in a deep voice, "Why can't the execution be carried out? This is the verdict of the military court. Do you think it should be stopped because of some cheers?" The Internal Affairs officer looked at him with great difficulty and tried to persuade him, "Commander Dongfang, no one dares to overturn the verdict of the military court, but it's really not the right time to execute Bai Yulan. At the very least, it should be delayed for a while, right?" Just as Dongfang Yu was about to speak angrily, Gu Shifeng walked over and gently rubbed her round fingers. She smiled and said, "If old Bai dies today, I'm sure you know very well what will happen when the boss comes back." At this moment, the new and old members of Team 7 all rushed over and looked at him with mocking and disdainful gazes. Gu Shifeng's smile suddenly disappeared. She lowered her voice and said seriously, "Even if it's to protect your own little life, you better pray that old Bai is still alive before the boss comes back." Immediately after, the military order urged the cheering soldiers to run back to their respective camp. The military police, who were talking in shock, escorted Bai Yulan to the temporary prison. Bai Yulan looked around in confusion. He subconsciously wanted to flick the hair in front of his forehead, but he did not manage to do so. He looked at the group of people outside the police line who were beaming with joy and cursed, "Motherf asterisk curs, what the hell is going on? The boss is still alive." The members of Team 7 excitedly reported this shocking good news to him. Then, they all returned to their respective camps, leaving behind Bai Yulan, who was speechless and staring blankly at them. The members of Team 7 did not say anything. They did not need to say anything. Their expressions showed how they felt at this moment. For them, if the boss was still alive, Old By would naturally not die. As for the military regulations and court rulings, yes, these were all sacred things that could not be violated. Even they could not think of a way to save Old By even if the boss came back alive, but the past few years of fighting had made the members extremely determined. There was no reason, and even a trace of the unreasonable spirit unique to Team 7. They were convinced that as long as the boss came back, anything could be solved. Hearing this news, Bai Yulan stood there like a wooden statue for a long time. Then, he said to the military police beside him, "Brother, give me a cigarette." The military police looked at this lucky guy and smiled with a shrug. He lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Bai Yulan's lips trembled slightly. He took a deep breath and said vaguely but with incomparable certainty, "As a soldier, you should draw 37 cards." He thought that after Su Lu died, he had stopped smoking. But today, he had started smoking again. Bai Yulan sighed with emotion. That guy who did not speak and only knew how to laugh foolishly seemed to have nothing to do with miracles. In fact, he was the best at creating miracles. Everyone thought that he was dead, but in the end? Yet, he had come back alive by announcing to the entire universe. With the cigarette in his mouth, Bai Yulan narrowed his eyes and tilted his head. He smiled and was silent for a long time. Then, he gently shook his head. At this moment, he did not think that he should be glad that he was still alive. He was only surprised that the guy was still alive. The so-called comrade in arms was probably a relationship between men who felt that the other person's life was more important than their own. If you're not dead after all this, then you have to come back alive. In front of the miracle of the hero's return, all the Federation soldiers were cheering. However, the situation was not like that. The words that Commander Du Shaoqing said in his heart showed that he had realized before anyone else that Su Li's glorious return to the Federation was definitely not a smooth journey. Otherwise, the Federal Central Computer would not have activated the first sequence of events. Now, the news that the federal military received only showed that Su Lu was still alive. It did not mean that he would definitely come back alive. The tentacles of the glory of the Charter had no way of reaching the L9 system. The reason that the tri-winged battleship that had drifted in the Empire's territory for a year was able to send back images was because they were extremely lucky to have activated 2 signal relay satellites that the Federation had aimlessly spread out several decades ago. The blurry and soundless images that were sent back intermittently showed that this tri-winged battleship of the Bureau of Proclamation was currently being pursued by the Empire's fleet. Although the federal military did not know that the extremely important princess of the Empire had sent out 2/3 of the battleships that the Empire's fleet used to cover the retreat of the Southwest system to encircle and annihilate them, the surveillance images that were occasionally sent back showed the densely packed silhouettes of the Empire's battleship. This made the generals in the base conference room know that the situation was very bad. Under the urging of the Federal Central Computer's first sequence of events, the fleet that had been preparing to attack the X3 system at the outermost edge of the Huangyi system had already set off. However, after calculating the distance between the two sides, especially with the incomplete data of the 3 warp holes, almost no one in the conference room believed that the extremely tattered tri-winged battleship would still be there when the Federal fleet arrived. After the cheers, there was endless silence. About a few minutes later than the front line, the sharp first sequence alarm also sounded in the Bureau of Proclamation building. In the office, old Director Tai and Assistant Chui Zhedong were both stunned when they saw the data feedback. The latter even thought of a very thorny problem. Immediately after, the news was sent to the President's official residence. After President Pabre was slightly stunned, he immediately stopped the joint staff meeting and rushed to the command hall with General Myers and other cabinet members as quickly as possible. Parliament Hill, which was in the middle of a closed-door discussion on the proposal of the temporary wartime budget adjustment, was temporarily adjourned after a series of shocked whispers between Vice President Sien and the chairman of the Military Committee. Chapter 659. In the command hall on the outskirts of the capital special district, dozens of senior generals with gold stars on their shoulders were either standing or sitting. They were staring at the circular light beam in front of them nervously. President Pabre, the National Security Advisor, the director of the Military Committee of the Parliament, and other senior officials were standing next to the railing on the second floor. The picture on the enormous circular light beam was intermittent. Because of the loss of long-distance transmission, it was very blurred. One could barely see that a ragged three-winged warship of a weird shape was moving at full speed in the strange space. Around the three-winged warship, hundreds of black and green warships of the Imperium could be vaguely seen. The pursuit that took place in the distant space zone of the Imperium caught the attention of all the big shots in the leadership of the Federation. When the optical capture systems of the two signal relay satellites that had been activated by Luck failed, they could no longer see the picture from the external perspective. They could only see the deeper path of the universe through the equipment of the fugitive three-winged warship. In the intermittent picture, except for the warships of the Imperium that occasionally showed up from above and below, no one could see the large group of warships of the Imperium that were chasing the three-winged warship closely. However, the green light spots that represented the warships of the Imperium on the radar system were increasing in number. They were as dense as vultures, making everyone extremely nervous and worried. Charge! Accelerate! The high-ranking generals of the Federation, who were usually extremely solemn, finally could not help but shout in a low voice. Noises rang out on the first floor of the command hall. The generals knew that their cheering from billions of kilometers away could not make the fleeing tri-winged warship fly faster, but they still subconsciously clenched their fists, frowned, and shouted loudly. Are the people of the Imperium crazy? The National Security Advisor of the Federation looked at the calculation result that he just received in shock. Looking at the count of the warships of the Imperium that were chasing the three-winged warship, he exclaimed in disbelief. 3 medium fleets have been mobilized just to chase one three-winged warship. Does their space zone not need to be defended? Such a crazy and undisciplined pursuit, if they run into the Federation fleet, all they need is a crossbow formation to shoot at the same time, and 1/3 of their warships will be destroyed easily. The generals in the command hall had long noticed this, but they were also puzzled. They couldn't understand why the Empire would take such a huge risk to chase after that fleeing three-wingers. General Miles' thick eyebrows furrowed slightly as he mocked. Could it be that Colonel Su-Lu raped the princess? Laughter burst out from both the upper and lower floors of the hall. However, the laughter soon subsided because the intermittent images on the light beam had begun to show the shadows of the cannons of the Imperium. Those deadly lines brushed past the porthole of the three-winged warship and were extremely dangerous. No one knew if they would hit the three-winged warship in the next moment. The head of the military committee, who had hurried over from the Parliament Hill, glanced at President Pabre, who had been silent all this time with a complicated expression. He moved closer and said in a low voice, "The Federal fleet has set off in a hurry. If we really start a war with the Imperium fleet, both sides are not prepared. I'm worried that the losses will be too great." The senator did not speak too clearly, but in fact, this was the innermost words of the big shots present, including the military. The frontline troops of the Federation being disrupted, the plan to attack the X-3 system delayed, and the fleet setting off in a hurry, no one knew what price the Federation would pay for such a change, and all of this was just to save one person. Was it worth it? Although the three-winged warship had sent back a piece of encrypted intelligence, and it was said that Su-Lu had a second piece of very important intelligence in his hands, was it really worth it? Don't worry about the benefits of intelligence. Don't even consider that this is a first-order incident for now. There was not the slightest expression on Pabre's dark face. He raised his arm and pointed at the dense dots of light that represented the Imperium fleet on the holographic screen. The Imperium is willing to pay any price to kill him. Do you think our Federation can't do the same? I've said it just now. We have to pay any price. Remember, pay any price. Right at this moment, the director of the presidential residence office, Bryn, hung up the phone and walked behind President Pabre with a solemn expression. He said in a low voice, "Mr. President, CEO Nutshell called to ask about this matter. He is very concerned about the safety of Colonel Sulu." President Pabre frowned and looked at Bryn in confusion. Bryn then continued in a low voice, "Many other parties have also called. They want to confirm the truth of this matter. For some reason, the news that Colonel Sulu is still alive has been leaked online. The Federation TV station has asked if they can broadcast the official news. Out of consideration of political influence, the Federation would definitely not make a big deal out of this matter before it was certain that Sulu could be safely brought back. However, for some reason, the situation that should have been strictly confidential had already started to spread on the civilian network in an extremely short amount of time. "I'll arrange the network channel management right away," Director Bryn said immediately after seeing that President Pabre had been silent this entire time. "No need." President Pabre waved his hand. "I'll authorize the news channel to release the official news, but you must be very careful with the image selection." Yes. Sulu was still alive. He was flying towards the Federation on a broken three-winged battleship. Behind him were countless battleships from the Empire. This news that shocked the entire Federation society was naturally deliberately released by some big shots who had the means to get in touch with this matter. There was no wind or rain in the back mountain today, but the air was a bit cold. Lady Tai was wearing a fur shawl with her arms around her elbows. She silently looked at the lake and mountains in front of her and thought to herself, if that little guy is really lucky enough to come back alive, will the political situation in the Federation change? Will he pursue the matter of the ancient Bell ship relentlessly? Definitely, according to Su Li's temperament, he will definitely do so. Lady Tai's lips curled up into an inexplicable smile. She said to Secretary Shen beside her, "Every war will add a lot of bargaining chips to the military's power, especially those crazy young men. It's not a good thing to have too much power. I'm very curious. When Sulu comes back in such a glorious manner, how are they going to deal with it?" Secretary Shen was silent. His right hand that was hanging by his leg moved slightly. After a while, he said softly, "According to your instructions, the entire Federation knows about this matter. All we can do now is to hope that Colonel Sulu can have this luck." All the people of the Federation who were watching TV stopped what they were doing almost at the same time. Whether it was the update manuscripts that their superiors were desperately urging or the dishwashing towels that their wives were forcing into their hands, they were all put aside. They looked at the news channel in shock, listened to the female anchor's excited and joyful voice, and listened to the name of the hero of the Federation that had gradually faded away. Some of them couldn't believe their eyes and ears. In countless apartment buildings and university dormitories, loud cheers and excited screams rang out. Some people even excitedly threw beer bottles downstairs. On the news channel, the tri-winged battleship that carried the hero's complex and dreams hidden in the depths of countless people's hearts was silently moving forward in the dark background of the universe. Countless densely packed battleships of the Empire chased after it. The picture was very blurry and intermittent, as if it was covered with countless layers of mosaics. The excited and nervous people immediately turned their attention to the internet, trying to find more information and more pictures of the tri-winged battleship. A wedding was being held in the Wonhua Hotel in Gangdu. There were many guests and expensive cars. The scene was very grand and extravagant. It attracted the attention of countless people. putting aside the fact that both parties involved in the wedding were youths with extremely good backgrounds and prospects in the Federation, just by looking at the fact that the witness today was the president of the Nutshell Mobile Company, a giant corporation in the Federation, one could roughly imagine how grand this wedding would be. I'm just a distant relative of the Chow family. I'm not a member of the 7 major families. The dull and honest young man was wearing an expensive suit today. He looked at the exceptionally beautiful bride and said honestly, "So I didn't mean to hide it from you. The legendary 7 major families have nothing to do with our wedding." Shang Qiu was wearing a red strapless dress today. Her tender breasts were particularly charming and proud. However, her face still maintained the calmness of an engineer. She didn't show the shyness or nervousness of a newlywed. When she heard the groom's words, she shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter if you hide it or not. I agreed to marry you because you're probably the only one who can agree to my unreasonable conditions. But then again, I still have an important technical meeting to attend tomorrow. In order to deal with your parents' S3 honeymoon trip, I'm afraid I have to end it early." The groom was a little disappointed. However, he noticed from the corner of his eyes that the most important guest of today's wedding, as well as the witness of their wedding, the president of the Nutshell Motor Company, seemed to have a strange expression. The president of the Nutshell Motor Company hung up the phone and walked in front of the two with a complicated expression. After thinking for a long time, he said to the groom, "I'm sorry." The groom and Shang Qiu looked at the president in surprise. They thought, even if you have something urgent to do, you don't have to say sorry so sincerely, right? The president turned to Shang Qiu and said with a smile, "I think I have to tell you before you get married. Otherwise, I'm really worried that you'll choose to resign from the Nutshell Motor Company because you hate me for the rest of your life." Su Lu is still alive. Hearing this, Shang Qiu, who was about to get married today, was stunned. She held the hem of her dress and froze. Then, without hesitation, she turned her head and looked at the groom, who was also shocked. She bowed and apologized very sincerely, "I'm sorry." Then, she turned and walked out of the Wenhua Hotel. On the giant screen across the street, the female news anchor had begun to speak and was about to play a video. "I finally understand why you said sorry just now." The young man with the surname Chow looked at the figure walking out of the hotel reluctantly. Surprisingly, he was not angry. Instead, he was unusually calm. He said to the president, "It turns out that Shang Qiu and Colonel Su Lu are old friends. It seems that my taste is really good." Shang Qiu did not hear the man's very elegant words. At this moment, all her attention was on the huge screen across the street. Her left hand gently pulled open the tube top that made it difficult for her to breathe. She took out the foldable glasses from her cleavage and put them on the bridge of her small nose. Shang Qiu began to watch silently and attentively with a smile. The late autumn wind blew on her tender white face, making it a little itchy. Nan Xiangmei had just finished her holiday with the foundation. Under the persuasion of her mother, she was going to take another long holiday to tidy up her mood. At this time, she was packing with the help of the servant. After putting the books she liked into the suitcase, her eyes fell on the train ticket on the table. The journey this time was like a high-speed rail. She was prepared to retrace the path of the past. It was just that she no longer had any contact with her best friend, and the man she had seen in the carriage for several years had long gone to a faraway place with no return. Nan Xiangmei did not cry. A kind of peaceful, soft, and strong luster appeared on her beautiful cheeks. She picked up the train ticket and said softly to herself and the man who left, "I'm not reliving the journey of the past because I'm afraid of forgetting you. It's because I won't forget you. It's just that since you don't want to come back, I want to have a formal farewell with you. The farewell is not to forget you, but to hide you at the bottom of my heart. In the future, when I'm old, I'll tell my granddaughter that I once liked a real man who was never afraid in the face of difficulties." While the beautiful girl was feeling sentimental, a scream suddenly sounded from the living room next to her. She walked over in surprise and saw the nanny who had raised her since she was a child and knew all her secrets. She was pointing in a direction with a strange expression. Her mouth was wide open, but she was so shocked that she couldn't say anything. Nan Xiangmei turned her head curiously and saw the scene on the TV screen. When she heard the voiceover commentary, she suddenly covered her mouth and her body trembled slightly. She decided that she would never cry for that man again. Tears began to roll down her cheeks. Inside the old mansion in the Weitu district of the Sunset region of the West Forest region, little Watermelon, who had just finished school, was eating an ice cream cone while watching a pirated CD she had brought back from the Wangdu apartment more than a year ago. It was very obvious that the fat Uncle Tian had a sense of failure when it came to family education. Although this little princess liked to comfort herself with this kind of pornographic video and audio works, fantasizing about avenging her parents and brother Su Lo, it was always a little boring to watch the purple-haired captain lead the federal army over and over again to defeat the Empire's invaders, so she subconsciously moved her fingers slightly and switched the channel back to the TV. The ice cream cone in the little girl's hand that was in the middle of feeding her adorable mouth hit her sharp nose with a bang. She widened her bright eyes and only came back to her senses after a long time. She screamed and jumped up from the sofa, her short black hair spread out like a watermelon skin in the air. In a detached villa in the West Mountain compound, Zhou Liuhua, who had been spoiled by the defense minister's wife and countless idlers, was angry at this time. The little boy, who had already learned to recite Schiller's poems, was unwilling to say a word to his grandmother and the nanny who were trying to persuade him. He screamed and kicked the glass coffee table in front of him. He grabbed everything around him and threw it at the TV screen in front of him. It was because his favorite cartoon was suddenly gone, and a woman with heavy makeup that he hated appeared on the TV. Minister Zhou's wife had retired, and for the past few years, she had been taking care of this little ancestor at home. She spoiled him a lot, and none of the orderlies and logistics aunties in the minister's building dared to disobey his wishes. Also, he inherited some of his mother's bad temperament, so no one dared to talk to him. No one dared to teach him a lesson. But a crisp sound rang out. Zhou Yu, who was still wearing pink pajamas like an unmarried girl, hurried upstairs and slapped the little boy in the face. "What are you doing?" Mrs. Zhou screamed in shock and protected the little boy behind her. Seeing that his mother, who loved him so much, had slapped him, the little boy covered his red face and cried loudly. His little arms and legs kicked even more fiercely. After a while, he saw that his mother was staring at the TV in a daze and didn't care about him at all. He angrily reached out his hand from his grandmother's side and tried to grab his grandfather's precious ashtray. He was about to smash it on the TV. "If you dare to smash it, I'll kill you." Zhou Yu kept looking at the TV screen and didn't turn around. This simple sentence was full of coldness, but it stunned everyone in the living room. Children were naughty animals who could sense real danger the most. Sensing the lethality of Zhou Yu's words, he sniffled and put down the ashtray in his hand while crying. He didn't understand. Last time, when he burned his grandfather's hair, his mother wasn't so angry. Why was she so serious today? Of course, he didn't know that it was because the TV was broadcasting the return of his father. The same scene happened in many other places. Just as Schiller said, happy families were always similar. Then, they and their happiness and excitement were at least similar at this moment. However, there were also many people who cared about Su Lo who didn't see this historic scene. At that time, Tai Ziyuan was personally applying for a financial subcard for Bai Qi. He had a headache over these trivial procedures. Because Macho's financial support to him was suspended, even Butler Jean and the staff were forced to leave the West Woods with tears streaming down their faces. At this time, Shi Qinghai was like a gopher, walking through the underground sewer of the Federation's Investigation Bureau headquarters. The small blue device in his hand glowed faintly, illuminating the rusty nameplate in front of him, clearly showing the serial port of the database. The news channel's breaking news report ended very quickly, and the screen returned to darkness. There were no problems with the specially selected video. Only the conspiracy theorists on the internet who were used to scanning and analyzing frame by frame were still researching. Soon, they came to a conclusion that this video was real. The problem was that 1 second before the video ended, the left abdomen of the tri-winged spaceship that Colonel Sulu was on seemed to have been hit by the cannons of the Empire's battleship. Countless protest calls were made to the Federation's TV station, asking if the tri-winged spaceship had been sunk by the Empire and why there was no follow-up video. The Federal forces are locating it. The fleet has already begun the rescue operation. "Let us pray for Colonel Sulu," said the female news anchor sincerely. Just like the atmosphere in the conference room on planet Huang-E, after the excitement and joy, there was endless worry. The entire Federation, from the distant East Woods to the West Woods, from the capital to the 4 states around S2, anxiously and nervously waited for the latest news. The Bureau of Proclamation's tri-winged spaceship was one of the fastest spaceships in space. Although it had drifted in the Empire's territory for too long and had become a little strange and tattered, under the old man's policy of robbing supplies, it was still in good condition. This was especially true for its engine system, which was even more powerful than a year ago. However, because the repair parts were all smuggled spaceships or pirate spaceships, the tri-winged spaceship's assembly system was not stable. After a long period of high-intensity flight, there were already ominous signs. The most important thing was the densely packed battleships of the Empire. Such a terrifying number of battleships was beyond Su Li's imagination and the old man's calculation. Although the tri-winged spaceship still had the advantage in speed, the Empire's battleships had obviously been waiting outside the L9 system's smuggling tunnel and were already prepared for an ambush. Even though the tri-winged spaceship had almost crazily charged through 2 warp holes, it was still surrounded by the vast universe's fleet and was forced into a desperate situation. "Why Chaosher is crazy. This woman is crazy." Sulu looked at the decreasing value of the life support system with a pale face and shouted angrily, "Hundreds of lions chasing a rabbit? How can there be something so crazy?" At this time, he was already sure that the densely packed Empire's fleet was not preparing for some big military operation, but to prevent him from returning to the Federation. The moment he thought of this, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. The tri-winged spaceship had been hit by the Empire's cannons 3 times in a row. 3 terrifying melted holes appeared on the high-strength, tattered metal outer shell, and the spaceship's life support system was on the verge of collapse. A violent tremor hit again. Su Li's body was bounced high up in the air and then fell heavily. 2 streams of blood flowed out of his lips. He said angrily, "Why didn't I dodge again?" Rushing out to the streets in a storm to play romantic games. "How can your clothes not get wet at all?" The old man's tone was obviously not very good. "I only let 4 drops of rain fall on you. What more do you want?" This sentence was very powerful. The Empire's fleet did not care about the cost, and some of them even fired aimlessly from a long distance. It was like a basin of angry rain pouring down from the sky. No matter how hard he tried to dodge, it was impossible to dodge all of them. In fact, under the control of the old man, the tri-winged spaceship made some unbelievable movements in space from time to time. The fact that it could survive until now under the intense bombardment had already shocked the commanders of the Empire's fleet and the generals of the distant Federation. "Warning, the spaceship has suffered severe power loss. We must land immediately." The old man's voice returned to its mechanical and calm state. "Where are we now? How far is the Federation's rescue fleet?" "We have entered the periphery of the Gamma Galaxy, not far from X3. 3 seconds ago, we successfully activated 4 charter signal relay satellite. The Federal fleet is still very far away." Miserable, so miserable. Looking at the collapsing metal pieces outside the porthole, Sulu narrowed his eyes and sighed softly. Old man, just find a planet where people can live and land. The old man's mechanical voice jumped again. This is not the escape after the catastrophe. No one has prepared a planet where people can live for you. Give up the hope. The closest planet to us now is a deserted mineral planet. It is absolutely not suitable for human beings to live on. You will die if you live on it. Why? It has an atmosphere. Light wave analysis shows that it is not poisonous, but the oxygen level is too low. Even ants can't live there. You just mentioned the escape after the catastrophe? A planet where people can live. What do you mean? Did I say that? What ended the conversation between the man and the machine in desperation was the cannon fire of the Empire's warship. Accompanied by a violent explosion, a cluster of gorgeous flames appeared at the tail of the tri-winged spaceship, and then quickly extinguished in the vacuum environment. The last scene that the Federation's command hall saw was that the tri-winged spaceship was hit by the fierce cannon fire of the Empire's warship. The tri-winged spaceship was severely damaged, and it miserably fell toward a nearby mineral planet. After a long time, a small light appeared in the darkness. A small light that was so far away could actually be a terrifying explosion. The 4 charter signal relay satellites that had just been activated were instantly destroyed by the Empire's fleet. The anxious technicians adjusted the image to the tri-winged spaceship's main view, but it was also dark. The generals in the advance base of planet Yellow Doom were silent. Du Shaoqing slowly stood up, holding the sunglasses that he had taken off. He leaned forward slightly and stared at the light screen in the sky, as if he was trying to find the figure of that guy in the darkness. The people in the S1 command hall were silent. General Myers slapped his thigh angrily and stood up with his eyes wide open. President Pabre frowned deeply and was silent for a long time. The parameter analysis report that we just received. A staff officer looked down at the light screen on the workbench and reported in a deep voice, according to the image before the tri-winged spaceship was hit, the main tank on the rear wing of the tri-winged spaceship was destroyed, and the life support system collapsed. Adding the impact of the fall, it should be completely destroyed. The oxygen content in the atmosphere of this mineral planet is 0.14%, which is not enough to support the respiratory system. The staff officer raised his head with some difficulty and looked at the people with serious expressions. He said, according to the analysis of the charter computer, Colonel Sulu should have been killed. After a long silence, the National Security Advisor suddenly moved close to the President's ear and said, Mr. President, should we order the Federal Fleet to withdraw immediately? President Pabre's dark face showed no emotion. He stared at the dark circular light screen and suddenly slammed the table with force. He said loudly, order the Federal Fleet to continue to move faster and prepare for battle. Then he said to Director Breen in a deep voice, let the news channel continue to broadcast this dark image live. I want to see a miracle happen. In the distant space, the Federal Fleet was also silent. 3-star General Hong Yuliang wiped the sweat off his forehead and closed his eyes to think. After a while, he ordered, continue to move forward. Order the 3rd Airborne Mecha Brigade to prepare for a strong landing. After a long time, the distant Empire finally sent back news. The 3 crazy and cruel Federation fleets started to turn back and retreat when they were 14 astronomical units away from the Federal Fleet. For them, the tri-winged spaceship of the Federation was destroyed, and the person on the spaceship was dead. Their mission was complete. Naturally, they didn't want to engage in an unprepared space battle with the Federation's main fleet. However, there was still no news from the mineral planet. The news channel started to broadcast again, but the anxious Federation citizens could only see darkness. They roughly understood what had happened, so they started to pray silently. In the command hall, the light screen in front of President Pabre was dark. In the charter square, the citizens put their hands under their chins and prayed, but the giant light screen was still dark. Countless TV screens in countless apartment buildings were dark. There was no change at all. Time passed by slowly. At the main entrance of the Wenhua Hotel, Shang Qiu looked at the dark light screen across the street through the glass. She didn't know why, but she slowly put her hands behind her back. Her right hand held her left wrist in the autumn wind. Although silent, she was unusually firm. In the office on Parliament Hill, Zhang Xiaoming slowly took off her glasses and rubbed her forehead. She looked at the black TV screen and closed her eyes. She put her hands behind her back and gently clasped them together. Based on her beliefs, she never prayed to the Creator, but she prayed for that person to live. In the courtyard of Shishan Mountain, Zhou Yu frowned and looked at the dark TV screen. His hands were behind his back, and his knuckles were slightly white. There was a piercing coldness in his eyes. "Since you have inexplicably come back to life, how dare you let me watch you die inexplicably again?" In this long and torturous wait, countless light screens were still dark and cold. No image appeared. However, just as everyone was about to lose hope, a hoarse voice filled with electrical noise sounded in countless places in the Federation at the same time. "I'm Su Lu. I'm out of the cockpit now. I feel good." Chapter 660. Three medium-sized Federation air-to-ground transport ships dragged their long tails as they charged into the atmosphere, drawing three clear lines in the air. After leaving the mothership, the transport ships used their fastest speed to search this strange and desolate mineral planet. They finally found the weak signal near the southeastern plateau. However, due to the magnetic interference, they couldn't pinpoint the exact location. After a while, the alloy gate at the bottom of the transport ship slowly opened. More than 10 tall black MX mechas roared as they jumped out. With the help of the auxiliary wings, they instantly glided over a height of more than 10 meters, completing an extremely risky forced landing. The surface of the dead mineral planet was filled with large rock peaks. Amidst the clouds of dust caused by the forced landing of the Federation MX mechas, the three transport ships drew an arc from left to right and flew towards the slightly flatter temporary landing site more than 10 kilometers away. "We have landed. Searching in progress. Signal source within 3 kilometers." On the surface of the mineral planet that was severely lacking in oxygen, the 10 black MX mechas activated vacuum mode. In the quiet and slightly noisy communication system, the voices of the pilots rang out from time to time. These Federation soldiers knew the importance of their mission very well. They knew that these reports would not only be transmitted back to the Fleet Command Hall and the forward base of Planet Yellow Disaster, but also to the ears of the President and countless Federation citizens. "We found him." The voice in the communication system suddenly became agitated. The elite pilots of the 3rd Airborne Mecha Brigade of the Federal Fleet did not think that the target they were rescuing was still alive. Although the target had said something calm and exciting, the oxygen content in the atmosphere of this planet was too low. Hence, when they saw the scene in front of them, their strong wills that had been honed on the battlefield couldn't help but be shaken by the scene in front of them. The rock peak in front of them had already collapsed. The dust had already been blown away by the wind. The Bureau of Proclamation's three-winged ship that had attracted the attention of the entire universe had fallen miserably among the rock. When the three-winged ship fell, it had obviously caused an explosion. However, because of the lack of oxygen, the explosion wasn't strong enough. It looked like a large piece of iron that had been smoked for billions of years. Dozens of meters away in the sand, the target they had been searching for was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The emergency communication equipment beside him was scattered. This guy was covered in blood and dust. He looked battered and exhausted, but his eyes were closed and his thin lips were tightly pursed. He looked so calm. It seemed that this guy was just a little tired, so he sat on the sand to rest for a while. The problem was, who could rest in an air with only 0.14% oxygen? In the surveillance light screen, the person who was sitting peacefully in the sand with his eyes closed was too quiet. Even his chest was not moving up and down. His face was abnormally pale, giving people a feeling of fear. The 3MX mecha closest to him roared away. As soon as the heavy mechanical legs landed, the hatch of one of the MX mecha opened instantly. A thin, slightly short major of the Federation jumped down without hesitation and staggered to Su Li's side. This major looked at the burn marks on Su Li's pale face and the purplish bruises that were slowly spreading across his thin lips. A trace of panic and fear flashed through his bright eyes behind the transparent helmet. He took off his oxygen mask as quickly as possible and roughly put it over Su Li's nose and mouth, completely ignoring the danger he was about to face. The pilot of the 3rd Airborne Mecha Brigade also followed him out of the cockpit and brought the seemingly dead Su Lu back into the MX Mecha. The hatch of the MX Mecha quickly closed with the hum of the engine. The thin major pulled out his oxygen mask and breathed rapidly several times. After waiting for the life support system to replenish the oxygen in the cockpit, he pulled down the mask on Su Li's face with force and patted his cheeks lightly. He said, "Wake up." And so, Su Lu woke up. After adjusting from that strange and mysterious internal breathing to the normal low breathing of a human, the severe lack of oxygen made him unable to immediately adapt to the current environment in the cockpit. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the face in front of him, whose eyes were tightly shut and who was frantically urging him to wake up. His vision was a little blurry, but for some reason, he felt that this face was incredibly familiar. It was as if he had been looking at this face for countless years and had already carved it into the deepest recesses of his mind. A few drops of tears fell from the corner of that panicked Federation major's tightly shut eyes out of fear. They dripped onto Su Li's dust-covered face, waking him up a little more. Then, more tears fell. The colonel holding him in his arms cried incessantly, patting or rather stroking his cheeks and saying softly, "Wake up quickly. I still have a lot of questions to ask you. For example, why is your face so thin?" Tears fell like rain on Su Li's face, washing away the dust and pain. It was a little salty, just like the beautiful sea beside the Golden Star Hotel in the West Woods. Su Lu slowly opened his eyes wide. Looking at that beautiful and heart-stirring face so close to him, he opened his mouth and asked in shock, "Jian Shuer, why are you here?" Even though he had obtained a great increase in personal combat strength during his 1 year in the Empire, the endless escape and injuries had also accumulated a lot of injuries. These injuries suddenly erupted when the tri-winged warship crashed into the ground. At this moment, Su Lu was extremely weak, and his voice was exceptionally hoarse and soft. Jian Shuer, who was holding him in her arms, was in extreme nervousness and pain, so she didn't hear these words at all. Su Lu lightly pursed his lips. Looking at Jian Shuer's face that was so close to him, a trace of an incomparably brilliant smile appeared on his face. In his past impression, this national idol still carried a trace of absolute calmness behind her gentle appearance even after she had become extremely close to him. Who could have imagined such a weeping beauty like today? It seemed that he had finally returned alive. This felt really good. Being hugged tightly by Jian Shuer, that soft and warm feeling, felt really good. "Stop crying. If you continue to touch me so hard, my face will definitely become even thinner." Su Lu spoke again with some difficulty. This time, Jian Shuer heard him. She opened her eyes in confusion and looked at the thin but still familiar face that was so close to her. Looking at the pair of incomparably clean and interesting eyes, she finally understood what had happened. Her mouth opened in disbelief and she stuttered, "You're alive! I'm not dead." After reporting the news of successfully rescuing Colonel Su Lu to the fleet, Jian Shuer finally completely relaxed. She didn't care how the Federation would rejoice after hearing this news. She only cared about the current condition of the man in her arms. At this moment she suddenly remembered that she had been hugging Su Lu tightly all this time, and had been crying for him all this time. Looking down, she saw Su Li's head was tightly pressed against her chest, and he was looking at her with his eyes wide open. 2 traces of blush gradually spread across his cheek. "You can help me up now," Su said. Jian Shui's subconscious reaction was to push Su away, but for some reason, she didn't do so. Instead, she hugged this man tighter in her arms. With a trace of stubbornness, she thought to herself, "Since you're alive, then I'll never let you go again. 2 days ago, I wrote too much. Today, I suddenly became absent-minded. Plus, I was busy with some personal matters, so I only wrote 2,000 words. Tomorrow I'll write 3 chapters." Chapter 661. The black MX Mecha chose to drive on autopilot over the rugged terrain. The distinct undulations made the 2 people in the cockpit feel as if they were on a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea. Meanwhile, the dim lighting and the muffled electronic sounds of the equipment in the small space made them easily recall the 1,000-mile escape after that concert 3 years ago, as well as that final period of deep sleep. Su felt the softness of the hand on his cheek. Only then did he understand that the Federation's standard pilot uniform had a certain degree of resistance to puncture, but was unable to block out the sensation of touch. His already tired and raspy voice became even hoarser as he muttered, "This isn't very good, is it? What's not good about it?" By this time, Jian Shui had already regained her composure. She smiled charmingly and said, 3 years ago, in 5460, you also secretly hugged me while I was asleep." Su was stunned. He knew that the girl beside him had not been asleep that night, and knew what he had done. He could not help but feel ashamed. He wanted to cover his face, but found that the act of burrowing into her soft embrace was even more embarrassing. "Why would Fei Qing agree to let you join the frontline forces?" In order to dispel the faint warmth in the cockpit, he asked in a low voice, "It's very dangerous here. After you went to the Empire, everyone thought you were dead. I was no exception." Jian Shui glanced at the electronic map on the screen, and then made a simple manual adjustment of the mecha. She answered softly, "At the lakeside, I told the old man that I had many things I wanted to know the answer to. For example, the truth behind that victory concert. In the past, I had asked you to do it for me, but now that you're dead, I want to do it myself. So the old man agreed to let me join the fleet." The MX Mecha was still 8 to 9 kilometers away from the temporary platform where the air-to-ground transport ship was. Hearing Jian Shui's calm words, Su suddenly thought of something very important. He crawled up with difficulty, and under her puzzled gaze, made a hand gesture. Jian Shui saw this gesture, and although she did not understand why, she still immediately shut down the integrated command and communications systems as instructed, blocking the entire MX Mecha from external communications. Su did not speak immediately. He called the old man 3 times in his mind, but received no reply. He narrowed his eyes and directed the SCC to the rear. Looking at the charred wreckage of the spaceship on the screen, an inexplicable sense of emptiness grew in his heart. At this time, he looked into Jian Shui's eyes and said seriously, "The things you wanted me to help you, I found a lot of them in the Empire." Jian Shui's eyes also narrowed into the 2 most beautiful crescent moons in S1, faintly glowing. This was a big secret about the birth of the national idol of the Federation. Although she was no longer a young girl, she was still an idol that the people of the Federation could not forget. If the Federation found out that her birth mother was from the Empire, what kind of uproar would it cause? Telling this shocking secret on this desolate mineral planet far away from the glory of the Charter was the best logical choice Su had made. Your mother was the concubine of the Empire's emperor. I don't know her name, but I know that she was the daughter of Master Fan. You've never heard of Master Fan? It's a very strange title of nobility in the Empire. It seems that they don't even care about the Emperor. She should be dead. The specific cause of death is not very clear, but perhaps it has something to do with that big explosion. A very simple sentence contained too much shocking information. Even though Jian Shuer had been in the spotlight since she was young, daring to speak freely in front of the Chief Justice of the Federation at a young age, and had many strange speculations about her birth, she could not help but be stunned for a long time. After a long silence, she opened her mouth with some difficulty and asked, "My mother is from the Empire?" "Yes." "This is incredible." Jian Shuer covered her face, and her slightly trembling voice sounded so confused. "She is the concubine of the Emperor of the Empire? Am I the daughter of the Emperor of the Empire? Is that why the Federation used me as bait to lure the Imperial Expeditionary Force into a war? Fortunately or unfortunately, your father is still my shameless teacher." Su Lu then said the second guess that shocked Jian Shuer, and he should still be alive. After saying what had to be said, Su Lu gently patted her shoulder, but he could not find any words to calm the many complicated emotions in the girl's heart at this time. After a moment of silence, he said, "Help me contact Feiqing City. There are some things that I want to ask Military God." The air-to-ground transport ship left the deadly barren mineral star at the fastest speed, drew a clear airflow line, and flew to the abdomen of the main ship in the air intake area. The heavy and huge cabin door slowly opened, and a group of Federation officers walked to the main ship hall from the metal trestle bridge. The pale and thin Su Lu was gently supported by Jian Shuer and walked at the front. The Federation officers and soldiers in the command hall of the Federation main ship had all stood up, ready to welcome the return of the hero. When they saw Su Lu appear at the front of the metal trestle bridge, they burst into loud cheers and applause without any orders. At this time, the commander of the Federal Fleet, General Hong Yuliang's gentle face appeared on the circular light beam in the center of the hall. The only three-star female general of the Federation said with a smile, "Colonel Su Lu, welcome back." Su Lu pulled Jian Shuer's hand away from his arm and saluted to the light beam. General Hong Yuliang on the light beam said gently, "But there's something I have to criticize you about. Major Jian Shuer, although I know that the two of you definitely have a lot of private things to talk about, please don't turn off the communication system in the future. You have to know that Mr. President personally called to ask what was wrong with that period of radio silence." Seeing the usually serious commander of the Federal Fleet use such a tone to make fun of Su Lu and Jian Shuer, the officers and soldiers of the fleet knew that the female general's mood must be extremely good. Hearing this, the cheers and applause that had not completely subsided suddenly turned into mischievous whistles. Jian Shuer, who was standing beside Su Lu, heard this and felt a little shy, but was immediately swallowed up by the shock in her heart that had not yet had time to digest. Then, the main ship of the 3rd Airborne Mecha Brigade embarked on the space journey back to the fleet. This journey was not too long, but because they had to be vigilant of the 3 missing fleets of the Empire, they deliberately slowed down their speed. In the military commander's resting cabin, because Su Lu needed treatment and rest, no one came to disturb him. Only Jian Shuer sat beside the half-open healing cabin to accompany him. Her left hand was gently turning a red apple, and her right hand was holding a sharp knife that flashed from time to time. "It's been an incredible year. You've suffered so much. It's time for you to get some good news." She peeled off the skin of the apple and put it in front of Su Li's mouth. She smiled and said, "I seem to have said the word incredible a little too much today." Although they had a very close personal relationship later on, and this indescribably beautiful girl in front of him had long cut off her purple hair, Su Lu sometimes still treated her as an untouchable dream, an unattainable national idol, just like when he was a teenager. So, he was a little unaccustomed to this intimate gesture. He wanted to reach out his hand to take it, but found that his fingers were covered in sticky medical culture fluid. After hesitating for a moment, he could only open his mouth awkwardly and awkwardly. Just now, he had briefly described his 1 year of life as a fugitive in the Empire. Jian Shuer held her chin and blinked her big and bright watery eyes. She asked curiously, If that genius princess whose name shook the universe is my sister, then what kind of person is she? What does she look like? Is she beautiful? Was this a woman? After knowing that the princess was her own sister, the first thing she cared about was whether she was beautiful or not. Su Lu was silent, and for some reason, he shivered. He said in a low voice, "She looks pretty, but she's not a beauty. As for the rest, let's not talk about it. Whenever I think of this princess, I feel a little scared. You haven't seen her, so naturally, you can't imagine how cruel the most terrifying humanoid weapon in the universe can be once she opens fire. Have you contacted S1? I have an important piece of information here that needs to be delivered to the president." He turned his attention and asked. "It seems to be very important information. You don't even trust the frontline command." "That's not it. It's mainly a matter of authority. The only ones who can decide this matter are the president and those old men on Parliament Hill." Jian Shuer suddenly thought of the storm that had been causing a lot of trouble in the military camp recently. She fell silent, but looking at the exhausted Su Lu in the healing pod, she didn't say anything in the end. She just thought silently, "For you, the frontline command does seem to be untrustworthy." In the bloody light that filled the sky, a large Federation battleship slowly broke through the red clouds. Rolling up a powerful airflow, it slowly descended toward the forward base on planet Yellow Disaster. The people of the Empire in the surrounding ruined cities poked their heads out of the empty windows and welcomed its arrival with eyes full of hatred and indifference. Meanwhile, the countless soldiers of the Federation in the circular base were welcoming it with the most enthusiastic cheers. Accompanied by the Major General and the Captain, Su Lu, who had already changed into a brand new Federation Colonel uniform, walked out of the battleship while facing countless burning gazes and vigorous military music. Then, there was a sudden silence. Right at this moment, the cheers and military music stopped abruptly. Only the foreign evening breeze gently blew the Federation flag above the base. A deep voice shouted, "Salute!" The densely packed Federation soldiers standing around the battleship were wearing dark green military uniforms. After hearing the order, they collectively stood at attention, raised their right arms, and gave the most standard and enthusiastic military salute to Su Lu below the battleship. Hearing the sound of military uniforms rubbing against each other clearer than the sound of the wind, looking at the rows of straight arms, Su Li's body was a bit stiff. He stood there in a daze, feeling a bit numb and itchy on his face. It wasn't because the burns on his face were healing, but because the blood had rushed up. The commander of the new 17th Division, Yu Chenghai, stood at the front of the welcoming team. After Su Lu saluted, Commander Yu patted his shoulder lightly and didn't say anything. Then, Su Lu was faced with an ocean of warm hugs. The officers came, the members of Group 7 also came. Da Vinci, that brat, actually cried until his eyes turned red. It seemed that the son of the governor was still so sentimental. He didn't know if he had married Gao Lu's sister. Regiment Commander He Lei, Mecha Team Leader Hua Xiaoxi, Lin Ai, Gu Shifeng. These men in the military hugged him warmly and patted his back with all their might. Countless excited faces kept swaying in front of him. But why did he feel like something was missing? Where was Jiewon? Su Lu searched for that charmingly naive face in the crowd. Group 7 only had a pair of twin brothers. Jie sacrificed himself beside Stream 3320. Could it be where our old White and Big Bear? Su Lu took off his already messed-up military cap and asked softly. Following his question, the jubilant welcoming ceremony suddenly became incomparably quiet. Chapter 662. The surroundings were silent. Su Lu vaguely guessed that something bad was going to happen. A complicated expression flashed across his pale and haggard face. His eyes gradually narrowed as he felt a wave of fear in the depths of his heart. He was truly afraid, because it was too easy to die on the battlefield. When he was fleeing for his life in the Empire, He had felt a faint sense of panic in his heart. If he was really lucky enough to make it back, would he still be able to see the faces of those people? If the familiar military camp lost those familiar faces and the familiar smell of their feet, would it still be the same military camp as before? What was even more frightening was that he wasn't there when those people left. He didn't know how they left, but they left forever. In literature, it was often said that things were the same, but people were different. It was probably this kind of experience that wasn't very strong, but was exceptionally sorrowful. The quiet environment caused Su Lu to constantly think of the worst possible scenario. The heroic scene of Bai Yulan, Xiong Linquan, and the others dying in battle appeared in his mind. At this moment, he pushed the person in front of him away and whispered into his ear, telling him everything that had happened. A long silence. The crowd was silent from the inside to the back. After understanding what had happened, Su Li's expression didn't change much. Instead, his pair of clear little eyes narrowed more and more. He didn't make any intense reactions. He only tightly pursed his thin lips, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the base in front of him in the twilight, not saying a word. In the deathly stillness around the base, countless densely packed Federation soldiers quietly looked at him, also not making a single sound. The military discipline incident caused by Bai Yulan had recently caused a lot of commotion in the military camp. Although the military court had already made the final verdict, everyone in the base knew, or rather hoped, that something would happen after confirming that Colonel Su Lu had returned alive. Apart from the new 17th Division and Iron 7th Division soldiers, most of the soldiers who had participated in the battle maintained a neutral stance on this matter. They were more interested in what kind of sparks would erupt between the two when Su Lu met Du Shaoqing again. Would Bai Yulan be executed? How would the military and even the Federation decide? What kind of person was Du Shaoqing? How iron-blooded was the Iron 7th Division? If it was any other colonel, no one would think that they had the qualifications to negotiate in front of Division Commander Shaoqing. However, this colonel was different because he was Su Lu. 3 years ago at the training base, countless people were fond of talking about the confrontation and the subsequent breakout of the camp, the new 17th Division, the 7th Group, and the Iron 7th Division, as well as the grudge between Su Lu and Du Shaoqing, had long spread to all the military camps of the Federation. This kind of expectation might seem a little unkind. However, the troops within the Empire's borders had to train and fight every day, and people died. Why would the soldiers who were not involved care so much? Yes, he was a hero of the Federation who had returned from the Empire after going through untold hardship. Everyone admired him, but it was precisely because of this that they were able to see a hero of the Federation who had just returned explode. How exciting would it be? All the soldiers of the Federation knew of Colonel Su Li's stone-like, silent, and resolute personality. Seeing him silent in the middle of the field, they believed that he would immediately explode from his silence. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, and also contrary to the members of 7th Group who were waiting with wide eyes for Su Li's order to activate their mecha and break into the military prison to rescue the prisoners, Su Lu did not express anything. He only lowered his head slightly to look at the black soil beneath his feet and said softly, "It's fine as long as there are still people alive." New 17th Division Technical Director, Su Lu, reporting to you. Come in, Colonel. The Federation's frontline commander, General Yi Changtian, laughed loudly and patted Su Li's shoulder forcefully, not hiding the strong admiration on his face. When the orderly brought over the tea, he said gently, "The X-3 attack plan is temporarily suspended. The troops are currently resting and reorganizing. Tomorrow or the day after, there should be officials from the Bureau of Proclamation and the Internal Affairs Department to listen to your report. Of course, don't mind it. This is routine procedure. Go and rest early. There is no need to come here to stand at attention." As a soldier, military affairs naturally come first. Su Lu took out a microchip from the seam of his belt and placed it in front of Commander Yi. He continued, "General, while escaping, I have already sent back some information, and this electronic document should be the greatest achievement I have achieved in the Empire this year." Seeing Su Li's serious expression, Commander Yi frowned and picked up the microchip. He asked, "What is this?" "This is a cooperation agreement with the Empire's underground resistance organization." Su Lu explained, "At the time, I was unable to report to them, so I had no choice but to act on my own accord and sign this agreement." Hearing this explanation, Commander Yi's expression immediately turned serious. The Federal forces had already conquered 3 of the Empire's administrative star systems. Although they were all remote administrative planets and the Empire's population was not that large, as the occupying party, the Federal forces had already expended too much energy in order to maintain the operations of the occupied planets. As the Supreme Commander of the Federation's frontline, he naturally knew just how great the benefits would be if the Empire's underground resistance organization was willing to cooperate with the Federal forces. "Let me look at the content first." The general waved his hand to interrupt Su Li's report, and stared intently at the screen on the workbench. After a long time, the general raised his head and rubbed the space between his brows, looking at Su Li's face that did not show any trace of arrogance. He sighed. "Who would have thought that not only would you be able to come back alive, you would also bring back such an important document? You rascal, looks like you're going to get another purple merit medal." "What do you mean by acting on my own accord?" "Don't worry. No one in the Federation dares to make a fuss about this kind of boring procedure. As for the details of the cooperation agreement, we'll naturally leave it to the professionals to handle. In fact, the Department of Defense has always had plans in this regard. It's just a pity that our forces have never come into contact with these forces. Colonel Su Lu, I must remind you that perhaps the mission of contacting the other party in the future will fall on your shoulders." "I will definitely complete the mission." Su Li's reply was not loud, but it was exceptionally resolute. "Then," he continued, "other than that, I have also found some technical information in the Empire, information on the mechanical structure of the new Wolf Fong mecha." Commander Yi was stunned. Less than 2 years after the Federation had broken through the difficult problem of the dual-engine structure and successfully developed the MX mecha, the Empire had developed a new generation of Wolf Fong mecha. Although the Empire's new mecha used an integrated microengine and complex system, making its overall power output far inferior to the Federation's, the new Wolf Fong mecha's high-speed mobility had dealt a heavy blow to the Federation mecha forces on the surface battlefield. The old general forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart, and looking at Su Li's face, he said in a low voice, "The forward finger forces would like to request for a reward for you." However, right at this moment, Su Lu did not continue on this topic. Narrowing his eyes, he said something completely unrelated and somewhat abrupt. "By Yulan, Xiong Linquan. They are my soldiers." Commander Yi Changtian's expression was extremely solemn, even faintly tinged with a hint of anger. He stared into Su Li's eyes and asked slowly and coldly, "Are you planning to use the information in your hands to threaten the troops?" Su Lu remained silent. "Don't forget, you are a soldier." Commander Yi slapped the long table in front of him heavily, pointing at his nose as he reprimanded angrily. Faced with the fury of the Federation's highest frontline commander, Su Li's expression remained calm. He said in a low voice, "I have not forgotten that I am a soldier. That is why when I found out that my subordinates were about to be executed, I did not flip out in front of tens of thousands of soldiers. I controlled my emotions and came to report, and I also handed over all the relevant military intelligence back to the troops without missing a single detail. However, the structure of the Wolf Fong mecha and some data on the Empire's fleet were things I won from a bet with a certain Imperial Highness with my own life. General, I have not forgotten that I am a soldier, And I have not forgotten to prioritize work before personal matters. We've finished discussing work. I would like to talk about personal matters now. The two of them are my soldiers. This is my personal matter. Commander E looked at Sulu expressionlessly and asked, "If your soldiers were executed according to military law, would you dare to hide this so-called personal information and not hand it over? Even if you know that, if you say it out loud, our soldiers will not die on the battlefield in the future?" Sulu stared at the dark wooden table in front of him, asking himself this question in the depths of his heart. After a long silence, he answered somewhat tiredly, "No. I know you won't because you are Sulu." Commander E patted his shoulder as if comforting a junior, and after a short pause, said, "Xiong Linquan can be released immediately, but Bai Yulan cannot. Neither you nor I have the right to defy the military court's decision. Thank you for suspending the execution that day. I hope you can give me a few more days. After all, they are my soldiers. I need to think of something," Sulu replied seriously. "Sulu, I have to warn you. As one of the big shots in the military, Commander E knew very well what kind of shocking things this young officer in front of him had done in the Federation." He said seriously, "This is the forward operating base. This is the military, not the Husk Institute, not Hushan Road, and definitely not the S2 Foundation building. If you dare to defy military orders, you know what will happen." Sulu nodded silently, stood up, and saluted. Then he turned around and left with his wrinkled military cap. "If you want a presidential pardon, you have to get the Iron 7th Division and Shaoqing to agree first," Commander E said casually as he sipped his tea with his head lowered. Sulu, who was walking out of the door, slightly curled his lips and smiled. The military plan to attack the X3 system was severely disrupted and had to be rearranged. Therefore, the soldiers in the base welcomed another period of boring days of waiting for battle. But for many people, this period of intermission would definitely not be boring, because they were sure that there would be a big show to be played out. For the members of the first 7 teams, who were distributed among the various combat units, they were naturally not in the mood to sit back and watch a show. They were overjoyed at the miraculous return of their leader, but at the same time, they were deeply worried about the future of Lao Bai's gun. The members of the first 7 teams, who had calmed down, realized that their leader, who was capable of splitting mountains in half, was actually unable to pick up the Carlin rotary autocannon and sweep everything away when faced with the strict military discipline and the judgment of the military court. With the leader's contributions, it shouldn't be a problem to ask the president for a pardon. Gu Shifeng held the wine bowl with her chubby fingers and frowned as she analyzed. The key is the attitude of the Iron 7th Division and Division Commander Shaoqing. Division Commander Shaoqing is deeply trusted by the President and the Parliament. His prestige is extremely high. If he doesn't agree, Sulu gently put the wine bowl in his hand on the table. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'll let him order." Chapter 663. Xiong Linquan was let out. This rough and burly man had been obediently squatting beside Sulu, drinking in large gulps. Beside his thigh that was thicker than a tree was a big gun that was almost as thick as his thigh. When he heard the seemingly boring but actually valiant words from the boss, his eyes immediately lit up. It was as if he had returned to the S1 training base 3 years ago. The old members of Team 7 who had experienced that all smiled knowingly and raised their glasses in celebration. Although the new members who had just joined in the Westwoods didn't understand what the old guys were laughing about, they could hear the firm confidence in the boss's words. Their moods relaxed. Team 7's gathering finally returned to the main topic. They were welcoming back their small-eyed, bad-tempered boss who was like a rock in a toilet. The team members followed their habit of flattering and toasting. Sulu drank bowl after bowl. His face was smiling, but his mood was getting heavier and heavier. All the team members had come to toast. He counted the heads, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't count them all. Of the original group of more than 10 old members, only 7 were left. Lan Xiaolong had left and the rest had died. As for the new members who came later, those hedonistic sons with powerful backgrounds, so many of them had also been sacrificed. It was a big drink. Because he had something on his mind, Su Lu sobered up very quickly. When he woke up, most of the members of Team 7 had already returned to their respective camp. Because of Su Li's return, the higher-ups had specially allowed them to come and have a drink, but they couldn't stay for long. Only De Xiong, Gu Shifeng, Ho Xiandong, and a dozen other members were left in the quiet room. These members were the independent team members that Su Lu had been in charge of in the new 17th Division before he left. Why haven't you returned to the division yet? Be careful that teacher Yu doesn't kick you to death. Su Lu took the clear water Da Vinci handed him and drank it in one gulp. He looked at Gu Shifeng and smiled. My supervisor is Lin Ai. He knows where I am, so he wouldn't dare to make a fart. Oh right, boss, Commander He Lei and Hua Xiaoxi said that they want to drink with you at noon tomorrow. Gu Shifeng's eyes darted around. While she was talking, her fingers took out a small chip from her clothes and sneakily handed it to Su Lu. Seeing his expression, the members of Group 7 reacted quickly. Immediately, 2 of them walked out of the door to stand guard. Ho Xiandong immediately activated the anti-eavesdropping device in the room. These are the orders of the 1st Regiment of the 7th Division in the South District of Fargar City. The orders for half a month before the attack are all in here. Gu Shifeng lowered her voice and said, when the military court was trying Lao Bai's case, they pulled out this schedule. That day, I thought of a way to remotely steal a copy. What's wrong with this sequence? Su Lu knew very well that Gu Shifeng's computer skills were far above his own. Seeing him so serious, he frowned and said, Does Dongfang Yu really dare to set a trap? In any case, the military court didn't find anything wrong, Gu Shifeng said. Xiong Linquan growled angrily, Then why are you so King serious? But I suspect that this sequence has been modified by someone. Even if the 1st Regiment of the 7th Division deliberately let the Empire people in, we have no evidence. Modifying the sequence requires a very high level of authority. I have already obtained the sequence head of the sequence. Gu Shifeng looked at Su Lu and said, Boss, as long as we can get the Bureau of Proclamation to investigate, they will definitely be able to find out if anyone tampered with it. Su Lu knew that Gu Shifeng, who had an IQ of 230 but couldn't get into first hospital, might have guessed something. After a moment of silence, he stared at the chip in his hand and asked Xiong Linquan, Tell me the details of the attack that day. The situation at the time was like this. Xiong Linquan's voice was low. The 7th Division can totally say that the Empire's broken team and the mecha used a loophole in their defense, but we have no evidence. He looked at Su Lu and said with a strange expression, Boss, the key is that I don't think the East has the guts to do this. Although the Ice Demon is disgusting, he is not that kind of person. In the entire Federation, only the soldiers of the new 17th Division dared to call Du Shaoqing an Ice Demon. But Old Bai insists that there is a problem. Although there is no evidence, I trust Old Bai's intuition on the battlefield, Ho Xiandong said with a frown. I also believe it, Su Lu said softly as he stared at the chip in his hand. There was a light knock on the door and a young officer walked in. He was still dressed neatly on the battlefield, and he had a quiet smile on his face. Back in the day, he was the ace student of 1st Hospital's motor department. He was only second to Tai Ziyuan in the tactical deduction of the entire military assessment. He was Zhou Yu, a soldier from the West Woods who had led the officers to resist the Iron 7th Division's defense battalion. Today, he was an important person in the Iron 7th Division's staff department. But no matter what, he had been Su Li's assistant in the Nutshell Engineering Department, and he had also been his student. I smoked in the Empire, But the problem is that it wasn't as suffocating as the 37 brand. Sulu leaned against the bed and took a deep drag of his cigarette. He smiled at Zhou Yu and said, "Teacher Xiaoqing appreciates you, so you don't have to feel pressured. I'm just worried that the madam at the back of the mountain will be angry. I'm just a nobody. I'm not like you. I don't have the right to make the madam angry." Zhou Yu leaned against the wall and lowered his head to take small puffs of his cigarette. He smiled with some difficulty and said, "Actually, you should know very well that life on the battlefield is completely different from life in the Federation. Although the Xiao Shu Foundation paid for my university education and I've signed an agreement with them, I'm always busy deducing tactical plans with the teacher. How could I think about such things?" Sulu nodded, waving the cigarette in his mouth in front of him. "If you want the teacher to agree to pardon Bai Yulan, you should at least watch your words." Zhou Yu took a deep drag of his cigarette, threw it to the ground, and stamped it out. He raised his head and said seriously, "I don't know why. You're so gentle in front of us, in front of everyone, but why are you so arrogant in front of the teacher?" Sulu took the cigarette away from his mouth with his finger and said with a smile, "It's not like you don't know my bad temper. Seeing your teacher's attitude gives me a headache. Like to pressure people? I just want to bounce back. It's just a habit, a habit." Zhou Yu smiled helplessly and said, "Don't forget, our teacher is also this kind of person. He values military discipline the most in his life. If someone wants to use external pressure to force him to give up on some of his principles in life, his reaction will be very strong." As he said this, Zhou Yu did not know that on a certain rainy day 1 year ago in the capital, Du Xiaoqing, who had adhered to his principles for half his life, had sadly given up on some things. But in the past, I've never seen him really bounce back even though I've been pressuring him for half his life. Sulu looked at the slowly burning cigarette in front of him and suddenly thought of that middle-aged man he had not thought of for a long time. But the problem is that the Federation only has one Zhong Suahu, and he's already dead. So now, no one can pressure your teacher? Sulu asked with narrowed eyes. "You know that's not what I mean." After a moment of silence, Zhou Yu said, "The situation now is very different from before. Ever since you went missing, the Iron 7th Division has expanded to more than 40,000 people, more than 600 MX mechas. It's above all other combat units. In this 1 year, the President, Parliament Hill, the Ministry of Defense, and the various military regions have all trusted our teacher. As for the feelings the people have for him and the Iron 7th Division, it can be described as love and respect." He smiled bitterly and said, "Although our teacher hates this atmosphere very much, this is the truth." "Federation hero, military idol," Sulu said. "Believe me, I'm very familiar with this kind of procedure with the 7th Division." No, the Iron 7th Division's current position is built on the teacher's command, the soldiers' lives, and their dazzling battle records. Zhou Yu stared into his eyes and said seriously, "The only one who can compete with us is your teacher. Because teacher Yu Chenghai is unwilling to sacrifice too many people, his battle records are far inferior to ours. Teacher Yu is wise." Zhou Yu rubbed his hair painfully and said, "Let's put it this way. Old Bai dared to tear off Dongfang Yu's ear, but you can ask him if he dares to do the same to teacher Xiaoqing. In this world, only you dare to do it now, but you must not be impulsive." Sulu was silent for a moment, then carefully extinguished the cigarette completely. Then, he suddenly got up from the bed. Zhou Yu asked in shock, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to see Du Xiaoqing." The Iron 7th Division was known for its strict military discipline, and the Iron 7th Division's Defense Battalion was known to be the only unit in the Federation that could truly ignore Luling. However, as long as teacher Xiaoqing gave the signal, they would all jump into Luling without hesitation, regardless of life and death. It was such a unit that was filled with an iron-blooded and austere aura. When they saw Colonel Su Lo, who was wearing a brand new military uniform and had a faint smell of alcohol on him, appear in front of the door, their expressions couldn't help but become a little complicated and strange. Although their slightly changed expressions quickly returned to their ice-cold indifference, this already showed that Su Li's arrival had caused some sort of psychological impact on the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division. It was probably because this seemingly ordinary colonel in front of them was the only person in the entire Federation that could make their teacher not go crazy. Moreover, this person had once provided extremely valuable help to the Iron 7th Division in 5460. The expressionless Shimin Jin invited Su Lu in. In the somewhat dark room, there was a large flat electronic map hanging on the wall. The famous general of the Federation had his hands behind his back. His body was slightly bent as he carefully studied every detail on the map. Under the changing light, a few strands of white could be faintly seen on his shoulders that looked like they were carved out by a knife, and between his meticulous hair that was pressed down by a military cap, a few strands of white could be faintly seen. "Please sit. Please have some tea. Ordinary jasmine tea. The tea that I made." Du Shaoqing didn't turn around. His voice was still cold and calm, but the words that came out of his mouth made the people who walked into the room feel incomparably shocked. Shimin Jin looked at the steaming hot cup of tea on the table and thought with a frown, when had the teacher ever said the word "please" to a subordinate officer in his life? Who had the teacher personally made tea for in his life? Mr. President had never drunk it before. Chapter 664. Su Lu also didn't expect to receive such courtesy. After a slight pause, he saluted the back of that figure. Sitting at the table, he picked up the cup of ordinary jasmine tea and seriously drank a few mouthfuls. Du Shaoqing turned around and waved his hand to have Shimin Jin and the other Iron 7th Division officers leave the room. He walked to the table, removed his iconic sunglasses, took off his military cap, and sat down. The two of them sat on opposite sides of the table and calmly looked at each other. There were no sparks where their gazes met, nor were there any flashes of swords whistling through the air. There was only silence. After not seeing each other for some time, Su Lu noticed that Du Shaoqing's sideburns were already visible. That cold, proud, and strict face of the past that was like an ice sculpture also showed some fatigue and haggard. In the past few years of life on the battlefield, especially in the recent months of the expedition to the Empire, for the undefeated legend of the Iron 7th Division, for the continuous victories of the Federal forces, Division Commander Du Shaoqing had spent a great deal of effort. However, Su Lu still couldn't get used to this kind of tired and haggard expression appearing on his face. Du Shaoqing's eyes drooped slightly. He picked up the cup of coffee that had just been prepared by the orderly and took a light sip. He then very casually said, "Slow down the death sentence." Su Lu was silent for a moment. He picked up the cup of jasmine tea that Shimin Jin had personally brewed and took a big gulp. He raised his head, looked into Shimin Jin's eyes and said, "No." Du Shaoqing put down the cup of coffee. He didn't continue to make things difficult for Shimin Jin and instead changed the topic. He looked at Su Li's scarred face and said, 3 years ago in the base, we once discussed whether what the army needed was discipline and tactics or a strong individual. I said that there was only one god of war in the universe, and you said no. Now it seems that you have proven to a certain extent that you can do some things that ordinary people can't do. However, I still gave the same answer. If you died, what would happen to the army? Du Shaoqing continued, you miraculously survived and returned with great contributions. Everybody in the Federation, from the president to the vendors, has to show you some respect. But I, Du Shaoqing, have never been someone who would give face to others. I don't need to give face to others. I understand the importance of military discipline. He looked up at Du Shaoqing and said, but I believe that Bai Yulan is not a reckless person. He must have his reasons for doing so. There is no reason that can explain this. Du Shaoqing said, I've paid attention to Bai Yulan before, and I know that he's an extremely outstanding soldier. You could even say that he's an extremely rare soldier, but I've never thought of transferring him to my unit, because I know very well that people like him, like you, and like your team members, people like this are not true soldiers at all. He went against his superiors, tore off Dongfang's ear, and even cut that crispy meat into 16 pieces. He personally cut off his own path of retreat. Du Shaoqing stared into Su Li's eyes, and his voice gradually became cold. You haven't been a first-class military officer, but you should know very well what this means. If it was one of my men who did such a thing, I definitely wouldn't plead for mercy on his behalf. I would just shoot him to death. I'll repeat myself. I believe that my men definitely wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. Su Lu had no intention of backing down. He stared back into Du Shaoqing's eyes and said word by word, Teacher Shaoqing. When the words Teacher Shaoqing came out of his mouth, it sounded exceptionally stiff. It was as if the bones of a cow that had been dried up for thousands of years had jumped out piece by piece from a crack in the dry wasteland. Although it was only 4 words, the two of them knew very well what Su Li's unspoken words were, and what he wanted to emphasize. Gradually, dark clouds gathered between Du Shaoqing's sword-like eyebrows. He said coldly, In the army, discipline is the most important thing. In the Federation, law is the most important thing. Secondly, evidence is the most important thing. Colonel Su Lu, I respect the verdict of the military court, and I will do whatever it takes to protect the military discipline of the army. I absolutely believe that my men wouldn't do the things that you're imagining. If you have evidence, please submit it to the Internal Affairs Department or the military court. If you don't, please go back. After hearing these clean and exceptionally unyielding words, Su Lu furrowed his brows and suddenly said, Teacher Shaoqing, perhaps you don't understand your men as well as you imagine. Looking at the white hair at the temples of this famous Federation general, he felt something in his heart. This person worked hard for the Federation, and it could even be said that he burned his own life. However, the arrogance and conceit in his bones still didn't change at all. People are all complicated. Su Lu looked into Du Shaoqing's eyes and said, Someone once told me that humans are the first order of machines. Under your training and command, the 40,000 soldiers of the Iron 7th Division are as efficient and powerful as machines, but in the end, humans are not true machines. People like Commander Dongfang are no longer the little soldiers under your command. He has his own thoughts. Completely and unconditionally trusting your subordinates is a virtue, but it is also a risk. No one knows if someone will take advantage of this trust. Du Shaoqing's eyes narrowed and a cold light shot out. If Su Lu was trying to sow discord with his words, it would be too stupid, so he knew that the other party was speaking very seriously about this issue. When the aroma of coffee gradually wafted through the air, he couldn't help but think of that rainy day in the capital, that subordinate he once trusted the most. His gaze naturally drifted outside the room. Du Shaoqing glanced at the back of Shimanjin in the distance, and his mood was exceptionally cold. It was probably because of this extremely complicated emotion that he didn't want to cast doubt on another of his most loyal subordinates. There's no need to talk about this matter anymore. Du Shaoqing waved his hand to stop Su Lu from speaking. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, There's something I have to tell you. I still don't appreciate your undisciplined and heroic style, but right now, I really do admire you a bit. Su Li's gaze lowered. He stared at the gently rippling jasmine petals in the cup in front of him and understood the other party's meaning. With Du Shaoqing's temperament, there was no way he would discuss this extremely simple military discipline issue with him for such a long time. Regardless of whether it was this cup of tea Du Shaoqing personally brewed or the words reprieve that came out of the other party's mouth at the very beginning, it wasn't Du Shaoqing giving Su Lu face. Instead, it was a Federation soldier showing respect to another fairly decent Federation soldier. Sulu stood up, put on his hat, saluted, and said his goodbyes. In the end, he said in a heavy voice, "In tomorrow morning's battle meeting, I will request for this case to be reopened." Du Shaoqing didn't reply, nor did he stand up, only casually waving his hand. However, when he saw Su Li's figure walk out the door, a rare hint of complicated and lonely emotions appeared in this Federation young great general's eyes. Tea and conversation, this was a form of respect between soldiers, as well as a form of gratitude. Thank you for risking the Empire's life, for killing Keaton, for avenging the tiger, as well as for her. Half a kilometer away from the new 17th Division's camp, at the corner of a quiet metal tunnel escape door, Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction. With a low voice he said, "You can come out." There were no immortals, demons, ghosts, or even unexpected beauties jumping out from there, running onto his body, wrapping themselves around his neck to give him a passionate hug. There was only an old butler wearing a black formal suit that silently appeared in his eyes. To be more precise, it appeared in the region of his brain that was in charge of vision. Under the base's light breeze, Sulu turned around and leaned against the secluded metal plate. He closed his eyes and stared at the butler in the darkness. For some reason, he felt like this image's wrinkles seemed to be much fewer than a few years ago. He subconsciously asked a rather strange question that both sides understood. "You are still you?" This type of feeling is a bit strange, but I am still me. Also, long time no see, Colonel Sulu. This is a greeting sent out on behalf of the other me. Sulu sighed. He didn't have the energy to discuss the philosophical questions of whether or not consciousness and intelligence could be split. He reported the data that Gu Shifeng had stolen and said, "I'll have to trouble you to help me check whether or not this military order table has been tampered with." After a short while, the Federation charter computer replied, "This order table has been tampered with. The data of the 34 military orders between the standard time 9 to 887 and 9 to 992 has been covered." Sulu calculated the time. It was the few days before Bai Yulan and the others were attacked in the southern part of Fargar City. His tightly closed eyes couldn't help but tightly knit together. His hands that were hanging by his waist gradually relaxed. He took out a 37 brand cigarette from his pocket, lit it up, and lightly smoked. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. "Help me get the original data back." "I can't." "Why?" "Because this is the real-time battlefield order table. According to wartime regulations, the relevant data is temporarily stored in the command center's data box for easy access at any time, and then sent back to S1 within the standard time." "What does this have to do with getting the data back?" "The original data didn't have time to be sent back to S1 before it was completely destroyed by 3 levels of authority." "Where did the authority come from?" S1 was remotely operated by the Bureau of Proclamation. Sulu suddenly opened his eyes and immediately thought of the information that he sent back before he went to the Empire. The reason why the seed of the Empire that destroyed the ancient bell was able to escape from the purge of the Bureau of Proclamation must be related to the Bureau of Proclamation. He narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cigarette, and asked in a low voice, "The thing that I asked you to help me with before I came back, how is it going? Also, what's the result of the case that the Federation investigated a year ago?" "The seed of the Empire is named Hiyuyu. According to the information you obtained from the Empire and the relevant information, the conclusion is that this person can't access the confidential flight data related to the ancient bell. This person can't access the missing data of the charter network. The result of the case a year ago is, Assistant Director Chui Zhedong was investigated, not guilty. Deputy Director Jiao Shouheng committed suicide." Sulu took off the cigarette and licked his bitter lip. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the foreign sky outside the base. Looking at the dark clouds, his heart became heavy. "Boss, how's the discussion?" Xiong Linquan, Da Vinci, and the rest of the team members came over and asked with anxious expressions. Su Lu woke up, put out the cigarette and said, Du Shaoqing didn't agree to let him go. Then what should we do? Everyone was extremely disappointed. Xiong Linquan said in a low voice, Boss, do you want to go and see Old Bai? No, after Old Bai came out, I saw him as a flower. Su Lu thought of the revised military order and spat, now we don't need Du Shaoqing to agree. Countless dark clouds were floating in the sky, blocking out the beautiful sunlight and casting a shadow that chilled one's heart. Su Lu also had countless dark clouds in his heart. The death of Secretary Jiao, the result of the investigation of Cui Zhedong, the powerful soldier who assassinated Little Watermelon, and the undercurrent in the military that Tiger mentioned in the West Woods restaurant. There were countless scattered details that couldn't be connected, but gradually gathered together and pointed to a chilling conclusion. If the attack on the ancient bell was really a conspiracy of some big shots in the Federation, how did they do it? Secretary Jiao's death seemed to have completely cut off this clue. Where to start the investigation? Bai Yulan's group had been ambushed. If this was another move by the radical faction of the military, why would they do this? Was it simply to cut off the influence they had left behind? Also, was Du Shaoqing involved in this? Was the lady in the back mountain involved? How many people in the government were involved in this ugly thing? The central computer of the Federation was not omnipotent in the face of the rain clouds that had an unknown number of layers, thickness, and darkness. The old guy could comb through the enormous database and retrieve the data accurately, pinpointing who had met and talked to whom in a certain place on a certain date. However, because of the citizen privacy regulations that were strictly protected by the first charter of the Federation, there was no way to restore a lot of information other than electronic data. Society was an extremely complex system. A person had to meet countless people every day. When they met, a note, a whisper, or even a look could construct infinite possible conspiracies. This was the simplest form of communication, but it was also the most difficult method for the central computer to monitor. As Feng Yu once said, the simplest is often the most powerful. It was the same for locks, machines, and people. While the old guy continued to search for clues in the huge database, Su Lu had to turn his attention back to the base. The impromptu conversation before the morning military meeting was about to determine Magnolia's life and death. According to his military rank, there was definitely no seat for him in the secret meeting room of the Attack X-3 military plan, but he could sit in and listen. The coffee cups in the headquarters were all broken a few days ago, so today there were only teacups on the table. Looking at the steaming white steam in front of him, Su Lu narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. His eyes gently fell on Du Shaoqing's figure in front of him. If it was said that he still had respect for Du Shaoqing in the past, then at this moment, this respect had long been covered by the dark clouds. It didn't completely disappear, but it became extremely blurred. Su Lu slowly stood up under the gaze of the generals. He was so calm that it made people feel a little strange. He said, I'm not in a good mood today, so I will try to speak faster. My subordinate, Captain Magnolia, was accused of assaulting her commanding officer and was sentenced to death by military law. I express my strong disbelief in this matter. The atmosphere in the meeting room froze. Everyone, including Commander E, didn't expect Su Lu to be so unyielding as soon as he opened his mouth. What I don't understand is, when my team was placed in a dangerous situation by the Iron 7th Division through shameless and insidious means, and my comrades died tragically, why did Captain Magnolia only tear off one of the ear of the commander of the division? There was an uproar in the meeting room. Su Lu stared at Du Shaoqing's side profile and said, If it were me, I would never tear off his ear. Instead, I would directly kill him. Colonel Su Lu, I hope you can provide the relevant evidence. Du Shaoqing didn't turn around. His fingers gently stroked the edge of his sunglasses as he said lightly. This important military officer didn't threaten anything, but the generals in the meeting room could hear his anger from his words. If Su Lu was only venting his anger because of Magnolia, the Iron 7th Division definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Su Lu took out a microchip and handed it to the staff officer beside him. He looked at Du Shaoqing and said, "Commander Du, I remember that during Operation 5460 Glacier, Commander Dongfang Yu was punished by military law for deliberately delaying the rescue of a certain Special Forces 1st Division. Is this person with a criminal record really worthy of your trust?" Without waiting for anyone to speak, Su Lu stared at Du Shaoqing and continued, "In less than 2 years, he became a commander again. Doesn't this violate the military appointment regulations? You keep saying that military rules are the most important, but I don't understand. When did Du Shaoqing's words replace military law?" Du Shaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes were as cold as ice. He slowly turned his head and stared at Su Li's face without saying a word. It was as if he was looking at a person who was looking for death. Under this gaze, Su Lu was like a stone. He didn't feel anything. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You want evidence? I'll give you evidence. What is this?" Commander Yi Changtian frowned as he looked at the list that kept scrolling on the screen. He asked, "It looks like a command list, but what do the comments on the side mean?" "This is the underlying data." The staff officer on the side suppressed the shock in his heart and explained to the generals in the conference room, "Beside it is the analysis result of the Federal Central Computer's data. It is believed that this command list has been altered. The original data has been altered and has been destroyed. This is the command list of the Iron 7th Division's 1st Regiment during that period of time. I don't have the means to completely restore it, but according to the remaining information, I can already see many problems." Su Lu looked at Du Shaoqing and said coldly, "I can't judge whether Dongfang Yu's brain has become incomparably stupid from drinking too much on his period, or if he's bold enough to frame an ally. However, because of these illogical orders, the remnants of the Empire's army slipped through your 1st Regiment's defensive zone, and so many of my men died." At this moment, Du Shaoqing's expression was still indifferent and calm, but the corners of his eyes were twitching slightly. Iron 7th Division's Vice Division Commander Lu Sifu stood up and said with a frown, "Is this record authentic? This is determined by the highest authority of the Bureau of Proclamation. Does the 7th Division want to doubt its authenticity?" Su Lu said in a deep voice, "I don't care how you explain it. First, explain clearly to me why the original record of this command list was erased." Lu Sifu's brows were tightly knitted together as he replied slowly, "Ever since the conflict with the Bureau of Proclamation on Planet 5460, everyone has guessed that you have a close relationship with the upper echelons of the Bureau of Proclamation. Who knows if it was you who erased the original record?" And then Su Li's pupils constricted. He didn't expect the other party to be so shameless. He cursed loudly. This young master was fighting to the death with the Empire at that time. "What the F***ck did you change?" Lu Sifu's body stiffened. Just as he was about to retaliate with a red face, a roar filled with boundless anger rang out in the conference room. "Enough!" Du Shaoqing smashed the teacup in his hand heavily on the table, causing the porcelain shards to fly everywhere. That right hand behind his back that was bleeding incessantly trembled in anger. His body tensed up as he slowly stood up. His voice sounded like it had been soaked in the blood of the soldiers on planet 5460 for countless years. "Bring Dongfang Yu to me." Chapter 665. There was dead silence in the conference room. Dongfang Pei, the commander of the 1st Regiment of the Iron 7th Division, stood in front of Du Shaoqing. Just like many years ago, he held his head high, straightened his back, straightened his neck, put his legs together, and looked at Du Shaoqing at eye level. His military posture was absolutely perfect, and his bearing was absolutely awe-inspiring. He regarded his commander as an absolute role model, so he would never make the slightest mistake in these aspects. But at this moment, his temples were a little wet, and sweat gradually seeped out from the roots of his hair, making his neat hair look a little messy. Du Shaoqing put his hands behind his back. He gripped the black lambskin gloves tightly, and the wounds that had just healed started to bleed again. Looking at the loyal subordinate in front of him who had followed him for many years, he didn't speak. There was no anger on his face, only a strange calmness. His cold eyes fell on Dongfang Pei, as if he was carefully observing a stranger. Dongfang Pei's temples started to sweat even more. Looking at this familiar yet also unfamiliar military officer in front of him, Du Shaoqing thought about his trust in him, his education, and his trust in Shimin Jin. He slightly raised his already weathered face, looking at the military flag on the wall in front of the meeting room. His brows trembled slightly, but he still didn't say anything. However, that tall and straight figure that was like a white poplar tree, in everyone's eyes, seemed to suddenly become a bit desolate and tired. Sweat instantly soaked the back of Dongfang Pei's military uniform, making him feel uncomfortable like sticky rice milk. What made him feel even more uncomfortable was the disappointment that his commander showed at this moment and the strong sense of guilt that suddenly surged in his heart. His right hand subconsciously reached to his waist as if he was possessed, and he took out a cold pistol. "What are you doing?" Regiment Commander Dongfang put the gun down. The generals in the conference room stood up angrily and anxiously, looking at the pistol in his hand that had a metallic luster of death, and shouted loudly. At the long table, only 4 people saw Dongfang Pei's action and didn't react at all. Commander Yi Changtian, Commander Yu Chenghai, and Su Lu still sat silently. Du Shaoqing stood with his hands behind his back, and there was no trace of expression on his face. Death won't solve the problem. This matter won't end just like that. Su Lu looked at Dongfang Pei's trembling right hand that was holding the pistol and said, "I didn't recover the original records, and the military court won't sentence you to death, but you need to explain why you deleted important data. If you really care about the honor of a soldier, then at the very least, before you commit suicide out of cowardice, you should clearly tell us who in the Bureau of Proclamation actually deleted the data." Although the generals in the conference room were all important figures in the federal military, this matter involved the Bureau of Proclamation. They did not know how to continue the investigation. Even if the Department of Defense were to personally intervene, it would be extremely troublesome. Until they heard Su Li's calm but fierce words, they remembered the strange activation of the charter network on the 3320 and the conflict with the Bureau of Proclamation on the warship. They understood that Su Lu had the determination and ability to get to the bottom of this matter. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Regiment Commander Dongfang Pei glanced at Su Lu. His eyes were filled with pride, indifference, and resentment. He did not care about anyone other than his division commander. He turned his wrist, put the muzzle of the gun into his mouth, and pressed the trigger with his finger. At this moment, there was only one person in the entire universe who could stop Dongfang Pei. "I won't allow you to die." Du Shaoqing withdrew his gaze, looked at him and said, "You're not allowed to die before this matter is investigated thoroughly." Hearing his division commander's order, the veins on Dongfang Pei's neck bulged. Sweat flowed down his well-defined jaw like a rainstorm. After some kind of mental struggle, he finally took the gun out of his mouth while breathing heavily. The military police came forward to disarm him, took him out of the conference room, and locked him up. Du Shaoqing turned to Su Lu. After a long silence, he said with difficulty, "Sorry, I will give you an explanation for this matter. The crime of tampering with important data is not enough to execute him. Unless we investigate this matter to the Bureau of Proclamation and find out what happened. To be honest, until now, I still don't understand why the Iron 7th Division would do this if someone really wanted to wipe out my influence in the Federation. Sulu had a cigarette in his mouth. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the undeveloped meadow below the base, as well as the scattered flocks of sheep on it. He said, "Maybe Dongfang Pei really didn't know that someone had erased the original data. I think what he said before he wanted to commit suicide was quite true. The problem is that I now doubt whether Du Shaoqing was involved in this matter." The 7th Division used to do undercover work for the government and saw a lot of ugly and dark side. But if you say that Du Shaoqing was involved in this matter, I don't believe it. A short-haired Federation soldier sat next to him. There was a half-lit 37 brand cigarette between his index and middle fingers. There were no epaulets on his military uniform, and his feet were tightly pressed together in military boot. He was as quiet and gentle as a young girl. Of course, Teacher Du Shaoqing is very capable, but that doesn't mean that he is scheming. The most important point is that he is a very proud person. In fact, he is too proud. He is so proud that he won't allow the slightest stain on his military uniform. Anyway, the case will continue to be investigated. Du Shaoqing kicked Dongfang Pei into our division's NTR team. He will stay there until the investigation is completed. Sulu glanced at him and asked, "I mainly want to see if you are satisfied with this explanation. Dongfang Pei must be living a life worse than death in NTR. What am I not satisfied with? The key is still with the Bureau of Proclamation. Someone has to be responsible for the wrongful death of Xie and the others." Sulu looked at him with the cigarette in his mouth. In the end, he couldn't hold back the question in his heart. He hesitantly reached out his hand and rubbed his short hair. He asked curiously, "Old Bai, why did you shave such an ugly head?" Bai Yulan gently took his hand down and explained softly, "It's not ugly. That's because you're not used to it. I want to see more and see if a flower can really grow on your face." Sulu shrugged and kicked the wet soil under his feet with his military boot. He sighed and said, "It's a pity that you have to leave soon. I really can't do anything about this matter. But wait for a while. I'll use my connections in the department to call you back." Dongfang Pei was thrown into NTR as compensation for the mistakes he had made. The investigation was still ongoing. If he had committed a crime, he would definitely have to pay a higher price. However, Bai Yulan tore off Dongfang Pei's ear in public. Although he wouldn't be shot to death now, and even the confinement was only a symbolic 2 days, in order to maintain the most important military discipline and order in the army, he couldn't continue to stay in the military camp. "I'm not coming back." Bai Yulan said something that shocked Sulu. "When I joined the army, the hair down there wasn't fully grown yet. Don't laugh. This is the truth." He lowered his head and took a deep puff of the cigarette. He said with a hint of self-mockery, "At that time, the old 17th Division hadn't been completely disbanded yet. How early do you think it was? From the 17th Division to the 83-84 Division in Harbor City, and then to the Nutshell Whitewater as a mercenary. There were 7 groups. Finally, I joined the new 17th Division. I've taken a big detour in my life, but I'm always in the army. Training, fighting, killing, fighting, training." Bai Yulan raised her head and looked at him. She blinked and said, "The military camp is my home. I'll miss it when I leave, but I've been here for too long. I'm really sick of it." Bai Yulan rubbed her middle finger and flicked one side of her mouth. She looked with satisfaction at the cigarette, but that fell into the grass more than 10 meters away. She continued, "A year ago, when I thought you were dead, I had already submitted a retirement report. However, it wasn't approved. Also, I don't trust the guys in 7 groups, especially the new ones. That's why I followed them to the Empire to keep an eye on them." Sulu was silent. He was thinking hard about how to make her change her mind. "How did you spend the past year in the Empire?" Bai Yulan asked. Sulu didn't mention many details about his year in the Empire. Even when facing the Internal Affairs Department and the Bureau of Proclamation, he didn't mention them. However, Bai Yulan was the one who asked this question. After escaping from Donglin, Sulu had always been vigilant about many things and people. After a few years, the people he trusted the most in the Federation were still Shi Qinghai, Zhou Bai Yulan, and a few others. The biggest gain in the Empire this year was paralysis, a watch, and a mother and son. When these three words are put together, and gain at that, it sounds evil. That's because your thoughts are too evil. I've been to the Empire more than once. Bai Yulan's gaze extended from the grass in front of her to the intersection of green and yellow. She frowned and said, "When I was a mercenary in Whitewater, what didn't I do? Therefore, everything here is nothing new to me." What the hell does this have to do with being new? Sulu thought about how he was about to leave the army and refused to accept his help. He said angrily, "You don't trust those bastards, but do you think you can leave the army now? This is a war between large armies. What can individuals like us do?" Bai Yulan took the cigarette butt from his mouth and lit another one. She lowered her head and breathed out the smoke. She smiled and said, "And I'm married." Sulu was shocked speechless by this news. After a long silence, he patted his shoulder and said, "Where's the girl from? Is she pretty?" "She's definitely not as pretty as Jian Shuer." Bai Yulan smiled and replied, "You should have seen her before. She's an extremely fierce nurse from the Army General Hospital. Last time, she even scolded you for smoking in the ward." "That's good. Go back. I'll stay and watch over these bastards," Sulu said seriously. Bai Yulan shook her head and said, "You can't watch them. The Federation must be preparing for the press conference when you go back." Sulu was silent. He didn't want to talk about this troublesome topic. Suddenly, he thought of something. He frowned and said jokingly, "De Xiong said that you haven't smoked in the past year because of my death. Isn't that too unmanly?" Bullsh *T. Bai Yulan lay back on the meadow and looked at the blue sky with a cigarette in her mouth. She said, "I quit smoking because I want to have children." "Henpecked? It seems that you're really not a man." The blue sky, the yellow grass, the cloud-like flocks of sheep, and the wisps of 37 brand cigarette smoke. From time to time, two people's mocking and calm voices could be heard. "First of all, I apologize for writing Dongfang Pei as Dongfang Yu in the first few chapters. Probably because I was always thinking about Shimin Jin. I'm sorry. In addition, I saw some words on the internet and felt extremely depressed. I wrote 3,000 words in one night. Although writers, especially writers at Chidian, seem to never have the right to talk about things based on their mood, in fact, writing is a slightly different kind of work. Moreover, I've never been the kind of strong person who won't be affected by wind. I only like praise and don't care about criticism. However, sarcastic remarks can always make my oily hair stand up and my eyes slightly narrowed. I don't have the time and energy to return to the age when I was debating on the internet. Therefore, I faintly said in my own home, F***CKU. But to be honest, I don't know why, but as I write about the conversation between Sulu and Xiao Bai, I feel happy. Chapter 666. I have never met Colonel Sulu before, but I know him. A few years ago, after Miss Jian Shui's peace concert in the 4 prefectures turned into a cruel terrorist attack, due to some reasons that haven't been decrypted yet, he and I used to look at the similar scenery on both sides of the road and move towards the same goal. What I could use was the pen in my hand, while what Colonel Sulu used was the gun. Schiller once said that the gun is always more powerful than the pen. After that incident, I happily accepted this conclusion, because when the gun is in the hands of a trustworthy person, it can indeed display a more important and direct power than countless pens. In this corner of the universe that is eternally shrouded in the glory of the Charter, surrounded by news of constant victories on the battlefield, It has been peaceful for too long. As expected, the peaceful and forgetful populace has forgotten many things that happened not too long ago. At this time, the return of Colonel Sulu, at least for me personally, has more meaning. This is an ordinary small-eyed man, but he is too extraordinary. I don't know what kind of childhood experience he had, but he has never been pressured to bow to the darkness in the name of the big picture, never been shaken by the reason of victory. What I am even more puzzled about is, why are there no words like compromise, balance, and exchange of benefits in his dictionary? Compromise, balance, these seem to have become some kind of virtue in this society, but who can tell me, who is the one who is compromising with whom? Why do we have to compromise? This ordinary man who didn't like to talk much on the screen used his actions to remind us that in the face of the invaders of the Empire, in the face of the scavengers of the Federation, the people of the Federation have already compromised too much, compromised for too many years. Admiring a person is admiring a certain kind of attitude. I admire Colonel Sulu precisely because of this kind of uncompromising attitude. He is just like those characters that have appeared in the long river of history. He came from the ordinary populace like an ordinary stone, but because of the firm ideals in his heart, he is tightly attached to the earth. Usually, he quietly watches the people coming and going from the side of the road, and if someone tries to pass by the side of the road and kick him away, they will be viciously smashed by this stone. It is precisely because of this that Professor Shen Yulin's name is engraved on the mech of the Federation. It is precisely because of this that the white-haired senator can no longer continue to be his moral peddler. It is precisely because of this that us middle-aged men with dusty hearts will be moved to tears by a documentary. It is precisely because of this that we are fortunate enough to witness the revenge of a nobody from morning till night. We watch that infamous butcher of the Empire turn into a firework in the universe. It is because of this that Commander Zhong and those soldiers under the monument can close their eyes with a smile. Today, I am here to welcome the return of Colonel Sulu on behalf of all my colleagues in the Zut Special District Daily News. We do not want to use noisy cheers to welcome a legend, a hero, but we want to sincerely welcome back a person who is worthy of the Federation's trust to return to our midst. The Federation welcomes the return of the Road Guardian Stone. Winter of the 71st year of the constitutional calendar, Bob wrote after a silent press conference. On the top floor of the Sanlin United Bank headquarters, an old man wearing a small black round hat sat in an old black round-backed chair. He looked at the plant fiber newspaper in his hand, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled old face. As the most trusted media mouthpiece of Mr. President, Bob played a very important role in the Medellin project. I have always admired this person for his courage to speak and hate, completely different from those quails in the newspaper. But I really did not expect that with the return of Sulu, he could actually write such an article that directly addresses the core of the current problem. Li Xiuzhu looked at his old father, who rarely came to the headquarters for an inspection, and thought that Su Li's return actually alarmed him. He could not help but feel a little strange. The shriveled old man sitting in the black round-backed chair was, without a doubt, the real oligarch of the Federation. In the old legends, only the king could be called an oligarch, because he was unparalleled in the world. Compared to the so-called financial tycoons who often appeared in the news media, the little old man who had been in charge of the iron calculator for decades, secretly controlled the financial order of the Federation, and only the successive presidents were qualified to be his opponent. What else could he be called if not an oligarch? The font on the front page of the Capital Special District Daily was temporarily adjusted just to put Bob's political article. Li Xiuzhu thought for a moment and said, "Bob's article is a little scattered. Compared with his previous sharp political articles, it is a little worse." Wrong. The old man from Liyuan Palace said in a hoarse and gloomy voice, "This article is obviously not incited by the president. Bob himself only knows that there is a problem with the Federation, but he does not know what the problem is. He knows that Sulu will have enemies, but he does not know who the enemies are. Of course, he can only make a few obscure sentences. But he said the biggest problem that may arise from Su Li's return to the Federation, which is that this little guy never knows how to compromise. The old man raised his head and looked at Li Xiuzhu with cloudy eyes. He calmly explained, "The situation in the Federation seems to be calm now, but in fact it could explode at any time. After all, the case of Tiger has not been investigated. When will the case of Westwoods come to a conclusion? I don't know if the attack on the ancient bell was a simple massacre of the Empire, or a deeper conspiracy. I don't care about this, because if there is a conspiracy, then the people involved in this conspiracy must be very terrifying, so terrifying that I don't even want to care about it." Li Xiuzhu was slightly shocked. He did not expect that even his father would not want to go against that force. "As for the case of Westwoods, we are involved, the Lin family is involved, the president's residence, Parliament Hill, everyone is involved in this carnival. Since the Zhong family has collapsed, everyone can get a share of the benefit. Madame has also acquiesced to this carnival some time ago. Naturally, no one wants the case to continue to be investigated and the lawsuit to continue. Now the question is, where is the target of those people? Is it the means they used against the Zhong family when they opened up the Donglin mining area, or do they want more? They even want what is in the hands of an old man like me? Except for the army, there is no existence in this universe that can fundamentally hurt our family. In the past countless years, we can still live very comfortably without an army in our hands. That is because the Federation has no enemies, so the army is naturally weak. And in the past few decades, with the gradual escalation of the war, the power of the army has become stronger and stronger. Have you ever thought, if the army is in the hands of a person who is very hostile to us, what kind of situation will our families face? Bob's quote is very correct. Money has magic, power has magic, beauty has magic, pen has magic, any extension of human desire can become a powerful tool, but all of these tools are not as powerful as the magic of a gun. Because guns are used to kill, who can resist using death to end all desires? Li Xiuzhu felt that the warm winter sun that shone down from the transparent dome was unable to warm his body at all. He felt waves of cold invading his body. The expensive silk underwear that was smuggled from the Empire's Li Ban Star was soaked in ice-like sweat. As the CEO of the Sanlin United Bank, he was extremely clear about the complex roots of the family in the Federation society. Sometimes, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration, not understanding how the successive generations of family heads did all of this. Who was the Federation government's biggest creditor? Whose funds did the Ministry of Defense's General Assembly base rely on? How was the purchase of large quantities of firearms realized? Who set the rules of the economic world's numbers game? It was precisely because of this knowledge that he firmly believed that no generation of the Federation government dared to overthrow his family from the roots, because that would inevitably lead to great turmoil and chaos in the entire Federation. It was not an exaggeration to say that the entire Federation's economy would regress by several hundred years because of this. However, if the military's hardliners really did go crazy one day and tried to purge the 7 great families, those heavy and cold mechas and brave soldiers would definitely be red-eyed and wouldn't care about these numerical problems. The military, even if those hardliners go crazy, the people behind them are always clear-headed, Li Xiuzhu said with a trembling voice. Moreover, we still have the charter. Charter? The old man from Liyuan Palace laughed hoarsely. His laughter echoed endlessly within the empty bank headquarters building. If the charter was useful, would the 7 great families still exist for so long? The great federal central computer has been bound by the countless rules and regulations created by the 5-person group for tens of thousands of years. It just depends on whether or not you know how to use those rules and regulations. The laughter gradually stopped. The old man from Liyuan Palace gently stroked the armrest and looked at him warmly. Xiaodong's performance these past few years has been quite good. Li Xiuzhu was slightly shocked. He didn't understand why the topic had suddenly changed to his biggest competitor for the family head position. He looked at the old face with shock and bewilderment, resisting the urge to ask. Don't worry. Ever since you met Su Lu, you finally learned to accept failure. Your performance these past few years has been quite good. For now, you are even ahead of your younger brother. The old man warmly said, I admire Xiaodong because he discovered Su Li's value before I did. I suggest that you give full support to any projects that involve Xiaodong and Su Li's relationship. Li Xiuzhu frowned. He didn't understand why Su Lu was mentioned again. The old man from Liyuan Palace gently picked up the plant fiber newspaper in his hand and said in a hoarse voice, regarding the case of the tiger, none of us are willing to continue investigating. This is related to interest. But Bob said that this little guy doesn't have this word in his dictionary, so he will definitely continue investigating. Li Xiuzhu's eyes slightly brightened. He roughly understood what the old man meant. As the war progresses, the strength of the army will only become stronger and stronger. Those tough and cold-blooded generals and the politicians behind them will definitely become more and more greedy. The old man from Liyuan Palace smiled and said, At this time, we need someone to make them restrain themselves, sober, and understand their role. The war is for the interests of the Federation. It can also be said that it is for our interests, but it can't be for their own interests. I am very worried about Su Li's ability. The brightness in Li Xiuzhu's eyes gradually disappeared. With a solemn expression, he said, He is too young to enter the upper echelons of the military. And the most important thing is that Feiqing City has never expressed firm support for him. Hearing the two words Feiqing City, a complicated and strange expression flashed across the old man's face. He seemed to be a little scared, a little sad, and a little relieved. Chapter 667. This was a secret, a very big secret. The old man from Liyuan Palace took a deep breath. His chest, which had become shriveled due to the passage of time, couldn't bounce up as exaggeratedly as a young man's. However, the slightly more ample oxygen allowed his emotions to quickly calm down. This secret only belonged to the few people at the top of the Federation. Since the lady in the back of the mountain had told him, he naturally wouldn't tell anyone else, even if that person was his own son standing in front of him. Philadelphia's support doesn't need to be obvious. The old man coughed a few times and said in a low and hoarse voice, If my memory isn't wrong, Su Li's net in 3320 a year ago has already revealed the tip of the iceberg of the hidden support. This time, his escape from the Empire was directly confirmed by the central computer as a first-order incident. He looked at Li Xiuzhu and said with a slight smile, Have you ever heard of a first-order incident? Li Xiuzhu shook his head. His right hand gently rubbed the left side of his chest, as if he was still digesting the shock he felt when he first heard this news. I said before that the charter isn't omnipotent because there are many loopholes in the program that can be exploited. However, most of the time, we can determine a person's power or role through the eyes of the charter. Since the Federal Central Computer believes that Su Lu is so important, then why should I doubt him? The old man from Liyuan Palace said with a hoarse voice, To balance the radical faction in the military, he is the best choice. Regardless of whether it is the President or Philadelphia, whether it is the Bureau of Proclamation or the people, they are all endorsing this choice. Right now, my question is, how much power does the radical faction hold? Li Xiuzhu asked worriedly. Du Shaoqing doesn't seem to have any political leanings, but who knows what those who have been silently standing behind him think. The old man said in a low voice, I'm old and don't have enough energy to deal with these things. Tomorrow, represent me to invite a few of my old friends from the mountain conference, and Mr. Security Advisor to hold a banquet. Is it about the position of chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff? Li Xiuzhu said in shock. I thought the family wouldn't be so involved in politics. The situation is changing. I don't want to be involved, but I'm forced to be involved. The old man from Liyuan Palace laughed lightly and said coldly, Miles is going to retire. The key position in the military cannot fall into the hands of the radical faction. Regardless of whether it is the 2nd military region or the 3rd military region, they have to stop their thoughts. Who should we choose? General Li Jiedu. The capital ring was famous for its affluence, and the S1 Capital Special District was naturally the place where the taste of money and power was condensed most vividly. In the suburbs of this city, the political center of the Federation, there were all kinds of high-end private clubs and indescribably luxurious mansions. Countless important decisions that concerned the interests of billions of people in the Federation were often made in these dimly lit, leisurely social places before they were processed by the government or parliament. Located behind the grassy slope to the north of Charter Square, the Lufeng Slope Club, which dared to be the neighbor of the president's official residence, was undoubtedly the top existence among these clubs. However, even this private property in the back of the mountain couldn't take away the dazzling brilliance of Linyuan in these years. Except for the owner of Linyuan, who was gradually becoming a legend, and except for the first time Madman Li and Su Lu met and fought a bloody battle, these kinds of anecdotes that were gradually becoming legends, just the fact that the Federation's god of war, Li Pifu, who rarely left Philadelphia and chose to stay in the capital special district, was enough to support Linyuan for decades. Linyuan, which usually flowed with gentle background music, was particularly quiet today. The waiters, who usually had a calm expression, couldn't help but have some emotional fluctuations. The senior manager, who usually only watched the guests in the hall indifferently in the office area behind the building, had already come to the hall in person. Sometimes, he glanced at the welcome speech by Chief Editor Bob in the newspaper in his hand, and sometimes, he nervously looked at the bamboo house. Li Nguyen's senior manager rolled the newspaper behind him, looked at the waitresses in front of him, and sternly said, after Colonel Su Lu finished the press conference, he went directly to the official residence to have dinner with the president. So, this noon will be his first private meal after returning to the Federation. It is our honor that he chose Linyuan. You must show 100% professionalism. Don't ask for autographs. Show your professionalism. Don't scream, don't whisper. Inside the bamboo house, beside the running water, there was a mahogany table in the middle. The curtain made of green bamboo leaves swayed slightly, and a breeze blew. Su Lu, who was eating to fill his empty stomach because of the ordinary cooking of the First Lady of the Federation, looked up in surprise. A familiar, warm, and cold red entered his eyes. He stood up, very naturally reached out to take the red windbreaker, and casually hung it on the side. Then, he turned his head, slightly leaned forward, and put his hands around her shoulders. They hugged for a long time and then separated. I originally thought of a lot of things to say to you. Zoyu casually pushed her big curly hair behind her back, looked at him with a smile, and patted his thin cheeks gently. She said, but seeing you appear in front of me alive like this, with the same arrogant appearance as before, I feel that those words are unnecessary. No matter what, you can't cherish your life more. Then it's good that you are alive. We should celebrate. Su Lu nodded in agreement and said with emotion, indeed, we should celebrate. The exquisite dishes were served one by one, which was basically the same as the countless dinners in Linyuan in the past. It was like a reminiscence of the past. The two close friends who had not seen each other for more than a year quietly talked about the stories of each other during this period of time. They drank wine that was not strong but intoxicating. Not long after, there were 5 or 6 empty wine bottles floating in the flowing water. Your return makes many people happy, but also makes many people nervous. Zhou Yu's jade-like fingers gently held the wine cup rippling. She was elegant and charming. Two completely different kinds of beauty rippled in the same time between her eyebrows. Her beautiful face flashed with her unique, sarcastic feeling. That unreasonable guy is back. Their lives will be a little difficult. I never overestimate myself. Su Lu took out a cigarette box and put it on the table. He lit a cigarette. After being stunned for a moment, he didn't know why, but he took out another cigarette and handed it over. He shrugged and said, "Last time in Bu Mountain Villa, I was able to scare the Lin family away because I had a gun in my hand and I looked a little fearless." Zhou Yu opened her eyes wide and looked at the cigarette he handed over. She was also stunned, and then she took it, not used to it. Her slender fingers held the cigarette a little stiffly. She said, "But the fact is, when people found out that you were still alive, they immediately found out that you started to cause trouble again." "When did I cause trouble?" Su Lu lit the military metal lighter in his hand and moved closer to her charming red lips. "Now, is there anyone who dares to provoke Du Shaoqing? Even the big shots in the military have to avoid this young famous general. But what about you?" Zhou Yu took a puff of the cigarette and narrowed her eyes, not used to it. Her delicate eyebrows were furrowed tightly, as if she had drunk a mouthful of strong wine. She choked a few times before she calmed down. She said with a tone of amazement and admiration, "You are really amazing. You actually slapped Du Shaoqing's face as soon as you came back." Magnolia tore Dongfang Pei's ear, but you were able to retire from the army unscathed. Dongfang Pei was sent to the NTR unit. When the news reached the capital ring, I don't know how many big shots were shocked out of their mouth. Amazement and admiration seemed to be two completely different emotions, just like beauty and charm, but Zhou Yu had the ability to mix these emotions or tastes together. Su Lu had known her for many years, and he had long been used to the headache-inducing cold and contemptuous attitude of this beautiful woman in red from time to time, so he just shrugged and did not say anything. She pointed at Su Li's face with the finger holding the cigarette, and wisps of smoke spread out from between her jade fingers. She was not like those prostitutes who frequented nightclubs. She only said with her unique cold voice, "But this is you. Those old guys now understand that even if you have been missing for more than a year, you are still you." Too much, too much. Su Lu swallowed a mouthful of smoke with a glass full of red wine. His chest was full and full. "I don't want the two of us to look like we're acting when we're eating. Besides, my man is dead." Zhou Yu did not seem to like the smell of cigarettes. She frowned and looked at the logo on the edge of the carbon filter. She crushed it hard in the cylinder, looked up and asked in confusion, "This is also something I don't understand. Although the death rate of the NTR unit is as high as 37%, Du Shaoqing is a smart man. He threw Dongfang Pei to the NTR unit of the 17th Division. How could your division commander let Dongfang Pei die in his own unit? Based on your temperament, I thought you would directly kill Dongfang Pei. There is no evidence that Dongfang Pei committed a malicious crime, and there is obviously a problem behind this matter." Su Lu was silent for a moment. He looked at the spacious space in the Linyuan and said, "I will find a quieter place to talk to you later. Also, there is a very important reason." He quietly looked at Zhou Yu's beautiful face and said, "When I returned to the base, Du Shaoqing personally made tea and invited me to drink it. Without waiting for me to speak, he directly said the words reprieve. Division Commander Du Shaoqing never gives face to anyone, but this time is different. For the sake of the words reprieve, I have to give him some face. Old Bai wants to retire from the army, so before I find out the truth, I think it is more appropriate to deal with this matter temporarily. Bai Yulan is your most capable assistant. It is really unexpected for him to retire from the army just like that." Zhou Yu was used to thinking from his point of view and was very unhappy about this matter. A man with a wife will naturally have ties. Moreover, Old Bai has worked for the Federation for so many years and has already fulfilled his obligations. No one has the right to ask him to continue to stay at the front line, where he does not know if there will be a tomorrow. Sulu lowered his head and said with emotion, "The front line is at war. Those guys are struggling to survive in the rain of bullets, but I am drinking red wine and chatting in the Linyuan. This contrast makes me very uncomfortable. I should be with them. You don't have to feel guilty." Zoe took the cigarette box from the table and played with it. She lowered her eyes and said calmly, "After the X3 military plan ends, the federal forces will stop attacking. Even if you rush back now, it will be meaningless." Sulu raised his head. His straight and thick eyebrows slowly knitted together. He said in a deep voice, "Cease fire." "Why?" Chapter 668. Right now, the Federation has already attacked the X3 star system. According to the Empire's response plan, the bottom line of the strategic retreat is here. If the Federal forces still want to advance as easily as before, they will definitely be met with a crazy counterattack from the Empire. According to the latest intelligence, the princess who has been tormenting you for a year has already led 470 Wolf Fong mechas to the front lines and is watching the Federal forces through 3 spatial gates, ready to attack at any time. What does the X3 star system have the most? Its crystal ores. For the Federation, the first strategic goal of occupying this star system has already been completed. The troops need to rest and reorganize. Furthermore, the supply line is too long, which is becoming more and more difficult for logistical support. What is the purpose of war? Its profit. You can see war as a business. A business that loses too much money will definitely not last for too long. Zoe played with the cigarette box in her hand and casually expressed her opinion. She raised her head and smiled at Sulu before continuing. The Department of Defense has already decided that after the X3 military plan ends, there will be a probing attack toward the L star system. According to the results of this battle, the follow-up plan will be decided. However, according to the files I've seen, they will basically choose to stop. Of course, there must be a purpose in war. However, the current situation is very good. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity to expand our gains and allow the Empire to catch a breather, we will have to pay an even heavier price if we want to take another step closer to Tianjin. Sulu frowned and said unhappily, "Yesterday in the official residence, Mr. President didn't reveal any of these thoughts. The military might not get approval to stop the attack. I've already told you that I'm currently working at the Department of Defense's Strategic Research Center, so I have the opportunity to come into contact with these secret files. You have sufficient authority, which is why I'm reminding you. As for the attitude of the President that you all so proudly claim as your own, regardless of whether he is willing to stop the Federal forces' advance or not, the current political environment no longer allows him to expand the scope of the war indefinitely." "What political environment?" "The current situation is very good, not very good," Sulu replied in a deep voice. "You still don't understand?" The crystal mine was the key. At that time, President Pabre was able to get the support of the military and the people. He ignored the opposition of many people in the upper class and ordered the troops to attack the Empire. On the one hand, it was because your appearance represented the attitude of the old man in Philadelphia. On the other hand, as a close partner of Mr. President, you successfully influenced the attitude of the Parliament and many people. Zoe stared into his eyes and said in an aggravated and somewhat annoyed tone, "Right now, the Federation is about to take down X3. The Crystal Mine Federation will have enough crystal mine resources, and the entire Federation's economy will be greatly boosted because of this. There's no need to worry that the interests of the Rear Mountain will be fully satisfied. Madam naturally won't spare no effort to support the development of the war. Mr. President is a politician, not a childish military officer like you. When he heard Zhou Yu's simple but unquestionable analysis, Su Li's mood became somewhat downcast. He replied in annoyance, "I'm not a warmonger, and I'm not childish. On the contrary, the decisions of these big shots are as laughable as children playing house. People die in war. How can they stop just because they say so? War will always be an accessory of politics, and politics is a derivative of the economy. The interests of the Federation as a whole, from a certain perspective, are indeed more important than the lives of the soldiers on the front lines. Don't stare at me so fiercely. I grew up in the military compound since I was young, and I hate this situation more than you do. But who can change this situation?" Zhou Yu stared fiercely into Su Li's eyes, not allowing him to express the sense of loss and irritation in his heart. After a long silence, Su Li grabbed the wine cup and took a big gulp. He said in a hoarse voice, "More than a year ago, I had dinner with Mr. President in the official residence. A little earlier, I had dinner with Tiger in the West Woods. I agree with the judgment of the two of them on the current situation. I've been in the Empire for a year, and I've clearly sensed that the Empire, from the nobles to the commoners, has an extreme hatred for the Federation that is difficult to eliminate. I'm not a warmonger, and I don't have extravagant hopes that the Federation can occupy the entire territory of the Empire. However, if this war really isn't going to drag on for 10,000 years, one side will have to beat the other to the point of extreme pain, to the point where they can only surrender, not daring to start another war. If we keep going back and forth like this, stopping and fighting for 2 years when the big shots need it and stopping when they don't need it, how many unnecessary sacrifices will the soldiers on the front line have to make because of this?" He paused for a moment and put down the wine cup very slowly, trying to make as little noise as possible between the bottom of the cup and the table. Then, he stared at the rippling red wine at the bottom of the cup, as if he was staring at the blood flowing out of the corpses of the Federation soldiers in a dry riverbed in a foreign land. He said in a low voice, "Now, I suddenly understand why the radicals in the military can silently gain the support of so many people. Let's not talk about the matters on the front line for now." After a moment of silence, Zhou Yu raised the wine cup and gestured in the air. She said, "There are still many problems within the Federation, and you have many personal problems that need to be solved." "What problems do I have?" Su Lu asked in confusion. "Those women of yours," Zhou Yu said mockingly. "Jian Shuer is in the fleet, Shang Qiu is in the engineering department, oh, and that daughter of the Prime Minister, did she contact you? As for that annoying female revolutionary in the Parliament Mountain, I don't want to mention it. This is my personal problem." Su Lu scratched his head and said helplessly, "Don't forget, you are the father of my son, and the entire Capital Special Region knows about your relationship with my family. As your fiancé, don't I have the right to control how many women you have outside?" Zhou Yu stared at him with a charming smile on her beautiful face. It was supposed to be a joke, but because of the brightness in her eyes there was a touch of strangeness. "At least, can you not mock Zhang Xiaoming so viciously like Shi Qinghai?" Su Lu spread his hands helplessly and said, "Of course, I know you hate her because you care about me, and I am very grateful for that, but that girl is my first love. Can't you let me keep a clean and beautiful memory for my first love that has already disappeared?" "First love?" Zhou Yu paused for a moment, then said coldly, "My first unforgettable first love when I was a young girl was a farce of a prince choosing a concubine. Do you think there is anything clean and beautiful about that?" Su Lu was silent, and he launched a silent and awkward attack on the food on the table. "Brother Prince doesn't seem to be the same Brother Prince from back then." Zhou Yu's eyes became a bit misty and empty. Although she no longer had that kind of intimate relationship with Macho in the back mountain, after all, she had drank afternoon tea with that madam for many years. She had been influenced and cultivated a sharp political analysis. She had also established some of her own information channels and knew that some of the things that had happened to the 1,000-year-old family recently. Life is arranged to walk on the golden path until he climbs to the top of the secular world. He was mentally prepared for all of this, and he used his life to actively welcome it, but he actually had a falling out with the lady. Zhou Yu smiled slightly, but it was unknown what kind of emotion was mixed in her smile. You probably don't know, but this year he has been in the West Woods for the Zhong family. In the face of the Federation government and the hunger of those families, he actually tied the Tai family to that little girl's chariot. It was a really risky and crazy choice. The lady tolerated him for a year, but in the end she couldn't continue to tolerate him. Speaking of which, this really doesn't seem like his style. She frowned and looked in confusion at Su Lu across the table. I keep thinking that this matter has something to do with you. We all know that you have a very good relationship with the little princess of the Zhong family. Regarding this matter, I thank Tai Ziyuan for a lifetime, Su Lu said in an extremely serious tone. He had already learned about the things that happened in the West Woods in the past year through the old man. In addition to being angry and silent, he was very clear about the significance of Tai Ziyuan's decision. Now the Zhong family is facing the most dangerous situation. They are facing difficulties both internally and externally. The most important thing is that the military power is being taken back piece by piece by piece by the Federation. The old house and Zhong Ziqi's side are in a dispute, and they can only watch as these things happen. Zhou Yu looked at Su Lu worriedly and said, "Your return has alarmed the Federal Central Computer. The 4 words first sequence can deter countless people who want to harm you, but you have to remember that you are not the invincible creator. You are just a normal person who is better at fighting and has some background." "Why are you telling me this?" Su Lu asked in a low voice. After the tiger died, the Zhong family became a big piece of fat meat. Everyone wants to take a bite. In fact, the government and those families are doing this. No matter who wants to stand up for the Zhong family, it is equivalent to going against the government, the 7 families, and countless people in power in the Federation at the same time. Without a doubt, this is a stupid action that is similar to courting death. Therefore, even fierce people like Brother Crown Prince and Mr. Tian can only endure and do some work according to the channels set by the Federation. But you are different. Zhou Yu was silent for a moment and then continued in a low voice. You will not endure and will not wait, so I have to remind you of the difficulty of this matter. Being able to return to the Federation alive should have been a very happy thing. After thinking for a while, Su Lu said in a low voice, "But it is very strange. After coming back and hearing about these things, none of them made me happy. Other than the matter in the West Woods, as I said just now, there is another important matter that I will tell you later. It makes me feel cold and disgusted. I suddenly feel that the days in that small courtyard in the slums of the Empire's Tianjing planet for half a year were actually so peaceful and happy." He put his right hand into the cool stream and let the bamboo leaves brush against the edge of his palm. He said, "Commander Zhong has guarded the West Woods alone for more than 10 years for the Federation. After the death of his wife, the Federation did not reward him for his service. Instead, they used unscrupulous means to seize benefit. They did not even let go of a little orphan girl. This matter is very difficult for me to accept." If it was difficult to accept, then he would not accept it. This was his attitude. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.